We're live, baby, don't swear. Get the phone in a decent position.
Phone?
Yeah, I'm reading the list of games off my phone.
Ah, that makes sense.
There's your cold intro, Adam.
It's Frozen, baby.
Adam! What? We finally hit 100 subscribers!
Yes! Oh my god, yes!
Finally, after a year of toil and trouble and blood and sweat and tears.
So does that mean, is this the special?
It is the special!
Oh.
It's the long-promised special that we promised back when we went up to 100 subscribers and then went back down to 98 about 6 months ago.
Oh, fantastic.
Finally, 100 subs.
It's 149 now.
Shut up, Jason. Right, so this is it, guys. This is the long-promised 100 subscribers, Iron Dinos. I guess this is a DinoCast special. I don't want to call it one of the numbered ones because it's not being released at this specific time. So what we are going to do here is we are going to give you a brief history of the dinos. So take notes, there will be a test. We're then going to run through every single goddamn game we've played on the channel, and we're going to review them in depth for about 20 minutes each. No, we're not. We're literally going to throw out a title and give an immediate on-the-spot remark. Ending with the big countdown of the 10 biggest videos we have got on the channel. It may surprise you, it may not. So, without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Adam, who was here for the genesis of the dinos, years before we even recorded a video, and years further before we actually bloody released one. Adam, take it away, good sir. Give us the origins.
Thank you very much. So, once upon a time, in a land far, far away, there lives a boy called Adam. No, I'm not going to start like that.
How early are you starting?
That was actually, that Adam was his dad. We were going the whole timeline here.
No. So, John, who some of you may remember, gave me a phone call one day, and he said, so you know, you've been wanting to start a channel. And I'm like, yeah? And he said, well, I've got another friend called Dan who also wants to start a channel. So why don't we do one together? And I was like, yeah, sure. Well, I'm game for that. So we set about making like all these, not rules, but the general direction that we was going to go into. And then we started playing some games, doing some testing of software and stuff, where we played loads and loads and loads and even more loads of Gears. Oh yes, Horde mode. Oh, it just didn't stop. We did play a little bit of Left 4 Dead, I believe, but yeah, it was mainly Gears, just to get the general gist of all the setup, really. And then it came to actually to the point where we was going to start putting these videos, not releasing them, but putting them onto the actual channel. And I didn't fully have the equipment yet, so rather than hold the channel back, I stepped away into the background. I was still part of the channel, but I was very much background, and I left it for them to take it forward, where I believe they contacted Jason.
That's true. Out of the blue, I got a call from John, who you may remember, and he said, I went to school with John many years ago. Call. No. Many years ago I went to school with John, and we've stayed in touch ever since, and then every now and again we catch up, and every now and again we drift apart again, and it's all good. So one of these days I got a call out of the blue, and he said, or it might be the text actually, would you like to be involved in the gaming channel we're doing? I said, yeah, all right. So we talked about it for a little bit, and I used to do like art and graphics and stuff at college and stuff, and they said, well, we need logos. Are you interested? I think they might have got me to start with that originally, to design a logo. So we started doing the Dino logos. We went through many different designs. Ended up with the current one we have now, which is the chompy white face thing in a blue background. Took a lot of time to get to that, I've got to be honest. And they said, right, we will put you in charge. You will be head of graphics and shit, was the official title. So me, John and Dan played, similar to what it sounds like you did, Adam, before I got involved, for quite a while on various different games. We mostly played GTA, GTA 5 Online, but we did try various other ones. We kind of settled on GTA because it seemed to work best for just casually messing about. We got the overlay sorted after trying a few out. We got the sounds done. At some point, we got in a couple of other people, Jean and Sean. I actually cannot remember the order they came in, but I suggested Sean. Yeah, I think Jean was always mentioned as coming, so I didn't know if he got in before you or not. But in my mind, Sean may remember this very differently in a time scale. But in my mind, we spent months and months and months and months and months testing, preparing, putting stuff together, getting the illustrations done, getting the graphics done, putting all that in, getting the sound effect of that original ka-chang noise that we used to have, which was John and John smashing something in a work basement. And after all that amazing amount of time, I feel like Sean and John came in at the last minute, and then we put a video out the next day. That's how my memory works, but I'm sure both of those were here a bit longer than that. But it felt like we spent so long just testing GTA and various things. I mostly got involved in this channel just to do the GTA heists with friends. We still haven't finished those, by the way. Because I wanted someone else to play with.
Every time we try and record one, it fucks up.
That is very true. So that's how I got involved. I wanted to do more of my art and stuff, which I'd kind of fallen out of doing. I wanted to play some online games, which I don't really like playing with strangers. And this also, just a fun channel, which I've never done. And I've enjoyed it thoroughly ever since. But at some point, I said, hey, Sean, do you want to get involved in this channel? And he said,
yes! Yes, I said yes. Well, I was recording with you, John and Dan. And it must have been for the better part of a year before we released our first video, which I think Jean is on by the end. I remember Dan still being with us when we released our first video, but our channel tells a very different story, because the first video, Beginner's Luck, is GTA 4, and it's me, you, Jean, and John.
Oh, yes.
That was one of my favourite periods for naming, because it was Sean, John, and John. Like, three incredibly similar names.
I used to always stumble over trying to direct who I was talking to. And I'd be yeah, that was a great time. Glad we got other people involved.
And on a few occasions, Jason would say a name, and the three of us would say, yeah. But yeah, I can't remember if Dan came back for a few episodes, because he's on Race the Sun, which is on the channel.
He is. Well, everywhere we're all still like friendly terms, so yeah, there's no love lost.
So yeah, Jean went relatively quickly, and I guess Dan came back for a bit, and then Cameron came in, and then he buggered off to Asia for 3 to 6 months.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, having an absolutely wonderful time. It looked incredible, I've got to be honest. I'd rather have been there than doing this, but you know, such is life. Yeah, and then he
came back, didn't he?
Basically, he came back for a little while, and then he couldn't get a reliable internet connection and stuff, and John left us eventually, where he felt he'd gone as far as he could. So, and it's left with just the three of us. How did Adam come back? Oh, that was before. That was when we still had Cameron and John, wasn't it?
Yes. So, I'd finally got myself into position in my personal life and money-wise that I could get all the equipment together. And as I said before, I was always in the background. John was informing me of what was happening and the direction everything was going. I was always watching the videos. So at the very beginning, the 1 and 2 views was probably me. And
I'm pretty sure it was me.
Well, I very much remember you used to watch the We Were Here videos, because the original edit of the trailer where it says some asshole or whatever it says is the guy who knocks me and Jason out, used to have your name, your username from YouTube, and we weren't quite sure how you'd take that, so I left it as some asshole.
There was this whole debate for a while about whether the Adam in the comment section was you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know you.
And I specifically told it wasn't you, and it turned out it was you.
Well, John turned around to me and said that they don't know whether it's you or not, and I went, "Oh, don't tell them. Just let them carry on guessing." So eventually, I was able to get recording, and I contacted John, and he said, "Oh, that's perfect," because I want to start a small series on, I believe it was Minecraft Dungeons at the time.
Oh yeah,
just the two of us. So I was like, cool, yeah, I'm going for that. And then, but funny enough, that wasn't the first video released, even though that was some of the first recording I ever did. The first video we released was that robot one, where it was mech. Something mech was
Mech City or something like that.
That fighting one. Well, I kicked his ass, I have to say. Sorry, but yeah. So then I came back, and then I believe Cameron then fell away because his internet connection died on him. So he had to sort some stuff out for that. But the door, as I say, is always open for any dino to come back in, so somewhere in the future they may come back. Who knows?
I mean, there is now a ritual to come back in. You do have to fight the Minotaur, but I'm pretty sure any of those guys could fight a Minotaur. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's easy.
So that brings us up to today.
Yeah.
Our little history of the dinos there. So, I really hate that you brought that up, because I think, unless it's Hardcore Uprising, no, I know what that is. No. I don't think that video you were talking about that you and John played is in my list of games.
That
we have played on the channel.
It possibly isn't. I'm still scrolling through to try and find it now. It was Override Mega. It was Override Mech City Brawl.
That's it.
It was Games of Gold.
It is in my list. No, it's all right.
I was going to say,
right.
it was.
It's in my list. Yeah, we're okay. So, this is going to be quick fire. I'm going to say the name of the game. I'm going to shoot to Adam, then I'm going to shoot to Jason, then I'm going to shoot to me, and we're just going to give you a quick thought on the game in question.
Oh, not my forte.
Aero, more than just a chocolate bar. Adam, I think you liked this one.
Oh, I love this one. This was a great game. This was one of my picks on our New Year special, and it's you fly as this plane, and it's a rail rider for the most part. And as you ride the rails, the music, so the background music, will cut in and out depending on how much you ride on the rail. So if you manage to do 100% of the rail, you get full 100% of the music. Love that little feature on it. Get to shoot enemies. It's got quite a cool way of shooting the enemies as you go through, and yeah, just the music and the whole feel of this game, absolutely lovely. Real simplistic art style, but in a real kind of detailed, concentrated way. Big thumbs up for me. One of my games of last year.
Jason?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It made me feel good when I got a perfect run. Well, I never actually got a perfect run, but when I nearly got a perfect run. Music-based racing fun. I have not gone back to this yet. I did on my first initial playthrough. I played quite a lot of it. I felt I did anyway. I did lots of different levels, and just the plan was to go back and just improve. And I haven't as yet done that, but I am definitely going to do that. Yeah, good game. Love it.
I can only echo what you guys said. This is a wonderful little game. It's a simple idea. It's been done before, but here it is done with incredible style, some great music, and some wonderful visuals. So, big thumbs up from me as well. Origami, the stealth ninja thing. Adam.
I love this game. I think it was me and you, Sean, who played this one.
It was.
And yeah, anything to do with assassins I'm in for, so this is a great game. Thumbs up from me.
Jason.
I love the stealthy aspect. Reminded me a bit of Arkham Asylum and Assassin's Creed in a different setting. Like the shadowy thing. Good looking. I liked it.
Good looking, so refined. I remember this very fondly. I did play several more levels of it after we'd finished, and I didn't finish it because I kind of had my fill, but I very much enjoyed it for what it was. And Origami 2, I believe, is now or soon to drop on Game Pass.
That's been out for ages, I think.
Released. Well, there we go. It's been out for ages. Fuck me, I guess. Thanks, Jason.
It's all right.
Moving on. Armello. Adam.
This one had a really interesting game mechanic for me that I'd never played before. So, really interesting. It's kind of a bit of a turn-based, kind of a board game, kind of puzzle. But then when you go into the fights, you go into an actual screen where you actually fight the person. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it was my best game I've ever enjoyed, and I didn't go back to it, but I can see people enjoying this.
I'm so glad you stopped being as vague as you were at the start, because I had no fucking idea what this was. And the more you spoke, the more I finally remembered what it was. Jason, your thoughts on Armello?
I'll remind you, it was a turn-based fairy tale board game, with like cards and stuff, and you fought things. It's much better than I expected. I loved the presentation of it, but it was not something I enjoyed enough to go back to.
Ditto what Jason said. Assault Android Cactus!
Ah, yes!
Adam, go!
This one was before my time, and I believe it was Jason, Sean, and John.
Nope.
No.
I've never played this game in my life.
I
believe it caused an argument.
I don't think it caused an argument. I don't argue. I go, is that how you feel? Okay.
Sorry.
No, you didn't cause an argument. Do you have any thoughts on this game, Adam, at all?
Yes. I did watch the video, and yeah, it looks quite a fun game. You start off in, I think the beginning screen, you're in a spaceship, and she kind of crash lands, and she destroys a couple of robots about to attack the others. It looks fun. You go around shooting a load of enemies. Yeah, thumbs up.
Cool. I played this round John's house on the day I met Cameron. We played a few games that day. We had kebabs. I remember it well. I loved the character design. They reminded me of the Kellogg's Ricicles guy. But they're mostly women. This is one of those games where my opinion was, it's all right, but not really my kind of thing. I remember John really not liking this game. I do not recall Cameron's opinion. But,
I believe he sided with John.
He probably did. Of the games we played on the day, this was probably the worst game. It was a Games of Gold, I believe. So we just knocked it out and gave it a try. It was okay, but I've never gone back to it.
Yeah, I never played it. So, Batman, the Telltale series. Adam!
I'm quite a comic book fan. I love Batman, and this was just
Please don't say that in my presence.
This, I'm not as big a fan as Sean. I'll say that. This is just like a sort of a story mode for me.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you just like click options as you go through, and I thoroughly enjoyed the story. So yeah.
Jason!
I really enjoyed making these. Sean would come around my house. We would sit around and chat about Batman and stuff, and Sean would occasionally press buttons. They're basically the closest thing we ever got to a podcast before we did the podcasts, I would say. We had a big issue when the pandemic started because we suddenly couldn't do it because we liked the idea of having us in the same house so much that we just put it on hold for quite a while. Good story, some surprises in there. We still need to do the sequel.
We do. And we still need to do the 2.5 hour movie version I've made of the alternate choices, in which Batman is a unpleasant psychopath. The entire plot line with Selina is uncomfortable, and actually the way you go about Two-Face is infinitely better. So that will come to the channel at some point, even if I have to just voice the fucking thing myself. Because I spent God knows how many hours editing that goddamn thing. I played through the game 3 more times on my own. 3! It's ridiculous. Big Crown Showdown! Adam!
I quite liked the art style in this one. It's very cartoony. You play as these little dudes with, crowns that look like, to me, crowns. I never played the game.
Big crowns.
But yeah, this looks like you guys had a lot of fun playing this one. Not sure I would play it myself. Not really my type of game, but yeah.
Jason!
I haven't thought about it since we played it, but I do remember having fun with the game. It's a nice little party game of racing each other around, funny levels, unlocking stuff, and quick action. But it's a party game with friends, and apart from you guys, I don't really play with friends. So I've never gone back to it.
I'm not even kidding, that is exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah,
I've thought about this again since we did it. I think this is the second or third video I ever edited, and that is the only notable thing about it in my brain.
Oh, it's a fantastic video. Love it. I wasn't sure if Adam was involved in this or not. I'm guessing not.
No,
Okay.
I think this was before Adam.
Before my time.
B.A. Oh no, that's Mr. T. Anyway, moving on.
Yes. Blazing Chrome. Now, I don't think this was a Games... Well, I know this wasn't a Games of Gold. I think this was a Game Pass game me and Jason played.
Oh, it's that game. It took me a while to work out what it was.
Yes, the Contra game.
Yes. The 2D side-scrolling run-and-gun action platformer.
Absolutely.
Where we talked about old sitcoms. I remember that one.
Yeah. I bought it on 2 platforms. I've got it on Steam and I paid for it on the Xbox. I fucking love it. Adam, any thoughts on this one?
I've actually played this one. I wasn't involved. Before my time again, but I played this one and I absolutely loved it. It was great, as Jason said, a side-scrolling shoot 'em up, basically. Great fun.
Yeah. Bleed 2. Adam.
Bleed 2. I don't remember much. Oh no, I do remember this one. Yes,
one of your first videos on the channel.
I do remember this one. Sean, you played this one while we talked over the video, I believe.
That's right.
I played a bit of this, and again, it's side-scrolling, sort of platformy shoot 'em up, and yeah, I enjoyed it. Not as much as I enjoyed Blazing Chrome, but it was all right.
Jason?
For some reason, the visuals never really appealed to me, despite being something I might like. But I loved the playstyle. I loved the way that all shifted as you got faster and slower paced as you moved on, and it kept changing up what you had to do. Gotta be honest, never went back to it. You're going to notice a little tradition or a little pattern in what I say with these game. A theme. That's the one. You're going to notice a theme in. You should know this about me. Just because I never returned to a game does not mean I thought it wasn't any good. It means that I'm saving it until I've got time. I tend to procrastinate and also try and be a perfectionist about things, which basically means I never ever start anything because I put it off until I've got time to do it. So you can tell the way I tell a good game is a game I'm still thinking about but never actually get around to playing. And this was one of those. Good game.
Well, I've completed this 3 times and it's always on my Xbox. Just if I've got like 5 or 10 minutes, I just beat a level. I own the soundtrack because it's awesome. I actually made the main theme, which we opened the video on, my ringtone. I thought you say you wrote the main theme. No, I love this game. I love the gameplay. I really, really love the soundtrack. That is honestly one of my favourite games of gold of all time. I freaking love Bleed 2.
Nice.
Hopefully there'll be a sequel. Borderlands 3.
Woohoo!
Adam!
I freaking love this game. I know some people have different opinions, but I actually love this game. I love all the Borderlands series, and we are currently doing a series on it, although it's stopped for now, just so we can have a bit of a break. I actually love Borderlands. For me, it's like a massive open world that you can just, even though it does tunnel you into the story sometimes in certain areas, but it's basically massive open world. You can do what you want. You can go back to worlds that you've visited before, do side missions galore. There's tons of side missions. or you can just follow the main story. Borderlands is a massive thumbs up for me.
And conversely, Jason?
It's not conversely. I think you're insinuating that I didn't like this game. That's not the case. I did like this game. It's not my kind of game. I'm going to start with the cliche. I appreciate the visual art style. And I loved the world. That was great. I'm not a fan of first-person games generally. I only played it for the recording purposes. I didn't play it outside of that. And I felt I probably could have got more out of it if I'd put some time in on my own to see how things went. And I never did that. But I enjoyed the multiplayer aspects of it. I like playing with you. I can very much see it as a good game, in my opinion. Good game. And but I never really bothered, and you can see this in the video, about learning anything about leveling up or skill progression or anything like that. So I'm just sort of tagging along for the adventure. But no, I like the game. So how dare you insinuate that I've got a negative opinion of anything? It was...
Fair enough.
It was perfectly adequate.
I've watched you crawl across broken glass to get back to that fence and slowly, painfully drag yourself back upon it. I think Borderlands 3 has shown a flaw in our gaming.
Is it me?
I think that's one of the few series I think we've done that hasn't worked. I don't think we've gelled in the way that I was hoping we would when we played it. And I'll leave it at that. But I still love the Borderlands series of games, and Claptrap is the fucking best. Although possibly the funniest they've ever been is in that Poker Night 2, the Telltale game.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's
now that's a game.
I love that game. It's got Ash from the Evil Dead, it's got Sam and Max, it's got Brock Sampson from the Venture Brothers, one of the best cartoons in the world, and it's got Claptrap, and then he's with Steve. So that is delightful. GLaDOS is the goddamn dealer. It's an amazing game. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about games we've done on the channel. So moving on to Breakdown, which, just in case because I had to actually look this up while we were talking about the other game. This is that weird Japanese thing with the hand thing, and you had to specifically do everything. It was like the Xbox One game. Do you all remember this?
I remember it very well.
In the video.
Because I had a breakdown while I was watching it. I'm playing.
Try making that fucking video, mate.
Breakdown, yes, I do remember it. Initially, on the look of it, it kind of reminded me of GoldenEye, although once I saw the video and saw how janky and horrible the game was, I thought, okay, this is nothing like GoldenEye. Yeah, horrible.
Oh no,
game. Horrible
it's
game.
very much like GoldenEye, because GoldenEye is fucking terrible.
Oh, I love GoldenEye. I will not have you say a bad word about GoldenEye.
No. You loved it in the late 90s when it was one of the best games in the world. You will not love it today.
I think this deserves an episode all of its own. Adam plays GoldenEye.
Yeah, I still do.
Me and Adam plays GoldenEye.
Yeah,
we'll get in a room
do.
together and we'll play it.
Oh, yes. But this, I remember how GoldenEye played, and this did not play like GoldenEye. This was horrible. Yeah, really bad game. Thumbs down for me.
It was a weird one. I feel like if I'd gotten further into the story, because I think there's a lot of story there and levelling up, and there was some magic stuff going on that we never really touched on. But it was just a pain to control everything and do everything. And I remember picking up Coke cans and drinking them and stuff like that. Yeah, he performed every minor movement possible. So I presume it was made around the same time as like Shenmue and stuff like that.
Yeah. It was very much a case of, oh, we must use all of these buttons, rather than, should we use all of these buttons?
I'm just looking through my old notes, and I've written the phrase, was considered the height of realism. Wow, okay.
I can understand that, because you do kind of have to balance him as he walks and stuff. You do control the hands, and you do control, all of these different moves and that. I'm certain that was, to many people, one of the most groundbreaking things they've ever played. And I bet it blew many a mind. I'm sure it would mine if I'd played it in the day. But we played it 15, 16, 17 years later, and now it just controls horror. Now, all of those things have been refined to, actually, we didn't need 7 different buttons for kick. Yeah. Now we just basically need one, because you don't need to do that, and gaming is all the better for that.
Jesus.
Sorry, I thought Jason was going to come back in. Castle Crashers!
Castle Crashers. I love Castle Crashers. I played Castle Crashers so much. I wasn't around for Castle Crashers on the actual channel though. So when you guys started playing it, of course I watched all the videos, and you actually helped me out on a few of the levels I got stuck on. So that was really good as well.
Clearly talking to Sean now and not me, I
feel. So it's you play as like these 4 little dudes. One's a wizard, one's like a warrior, one's an archer, and I forget what the other one is. And
I don't think I ever picked up on them being different.
Oh, yeah. One does magic. Well, it's self-explanatory.
What is it? Because in my mind, it was one's orange, one's blue, one's green, one's red.
And it's a great little game. I say little; it's actually quite big.
It is.
It's we've got a whole entire series on it. So this is a big thumbs up. Go watch it.
Jason?
Similar to Borderlands in the sense I love the art style, and I didn't put any thought into the whole leveling up process of the whole thing. So I am there to tag along and to use whatever weapon I have at the time, and just basically die, and then Sean would finish the level and I'd come back and carry on. But it was very fun. I remember bashing a lot of things. We bash everything that moves, and then you get to the end, and that was good. Good times. Some of my favourite videos to play and record. And also, because it's quite straightforward, we had plenty of time to just chat about stuff as well. So, always good.
I'm just going to echo what Jason said. This is one of my favourite things I've ever played on the channel, and it's one of my favourite video series I've ever done. I loved everything about this game, and it has one of the most... You make these videos, and you've got a sense of what they are when you put them out, and you rewatch them a couple of times, and that's all work. But I have this distinct memory of actually fighting that cat when I'm in the water, and you and John cheering me on in the background as I'm desperately trying not to lose my tiny little edge of health and finish this goddamn boss. And that was incredible. That was so fun. Really makes me start to think about to this day. So Castle Crash is a big thumbs up from me.
Recommended.
Cluster Truck. Adam.
I loved Castle Truck. Yeah, absolutely loved Castle Truck. Again, before my time, but this is a game that I played in depth. It's a very simple game. It's basically a load of trucks, and you've got to jump across them without falling off, basically. And they crash into each other, and it makes things very difficult to jump across. And
it's got crazy physics.
Yeah, it's just physics doesn't exist in that game, and it's just a great little game to play. Really, you could spend a few hours playing that and enjoy every moment of it.
Jason?
Cluster Truck is one of the things which passes my major test of whether I enjoy a game, and that is, do I have one more go? And that was the thing. It's if you die, if you fall off the truck, immediate restart. So it's one more go. And it is very simple concept, but it does sort of mount up as you go along. I think me and John played this just one night. We were recording something, and whatever we were playing didn't work for some reason. And we said, what's on Game Pass? Oh, Cluster Truck. Let's have a go at that. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed this, and I have gone back to this outside of the channel, which is rare for me. We were able to play it, have a nice chat, keep falling off things, and I know there's many more levels that I still haven't got to. But yeah, good fun game, and it does have physics. It's just not natural real world physics. They are exciting physics. I like that you can learn the sort of the routes to take, even though it's a bit random. You can learn what you can improve each time, I think.
Yeah. You can learn what truck looks about to fall, and can you actually jump on it or not, or skip it.
Yeah. Well, I was a bit annoyed that I missed the video for this one, because I'd already completed it and all of the bonus user levels as well. I freaking love Cluster Truck. I've got it on I've had it on Steam for years and years and years, and it is, like Jason says, it's a game you can just pick up and play for 30 seconds, or you can play it for half an hour, and it doesn't get, it won't get repetitive. There is enough random elements in there that you'll never get bored of it. If you're enjoying that kind of thing, it's almost an infinite amount of gameplay.
Yeah.
So, one of my favourite things to do, actually, it's one of the more ridiculous things, if you go off the back of the truck just enough, but you're still close to it, it's almost like you'll hang on, and you can then jump from there and do like this super boost and leap halfway across the map. It's ludicrous. It's so much fun. Perhaps on the opposite side of the scale, Dandara.
Dandara. What can I say about Dandara? Other than this game is horrible. It's got so much potential when you look at it. So the mechanic is all the white areas you can jump on, so you can't just run across the screen, and you kind of float between like these like mini portals in between each section. It's horrible, absolutely horrible to play. It doesn't flow at all for me. Yeah, big thumbs down for me.
Great
Jason.
timing. I just found the thumbnail. I now know what we're talking about. Okay.
We are, in case you haven't figured out yet, we are shooting this from the hip, guys. I've got a big list, and I'm just throwing it at them and expecting them to know what we're talking about.
We
Carry on,
said
Jason.
months ago we might do this kind of special, so I made some notes. Now, I have those. I didn't do it for all the games, by the way. This will become very clear. My notes for this say, I enjoyed this the most out of all of us, but purely due but I never went back. So I played enough of it to think I enjoyed it. And I thought other people would have enjoyed it too when we did the recording, and it turned out they didn't. I thought it was graceful and beautiful, and apparently I never went back to it due to just time limits. But to be perfectly honest, I had forgotten all about it, and I confused it with at least 3 other games that came out on Games with Gold, which we'll get to shortly, I had no doubt. But yeah, I really struggled to think what we were talking about until I just found the image. So hello, right.
Well, I'm thinking about one of those other games you are talking about as well. I think Dandara's core mechanic is one that's not for me, because I've watched a couple of speed runs of it, and it's very, very fun to watch when someone knows what they're doing and they're just pinging around all over the place like a massive ricochet. But I couldn't play it like that, and that frustrated me. So yeah, I did go back to it a little bit, but it just wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me. Lovely looking game though.
Fair enough.
Dark Void. Adam.
Dark Void.
Jetpacks, right?
Yeah, I actually enjoyed this one. I quite enjoyed the flying around levels, although I did have some downside to it. So some of the levels are like you're going upwards basically, and you have to fire rockets between each sort of little bit of platform. And I really didn't enjoy those sections. I just wanted to get my rocket and start it up and fly about. But yeah, it's an okay game for me. Kind of a 50-50 on this one.
Jason?
I like the concept, like Rocketeer and Indiana Jones feel in an alien world for some reason. It messed with my head a bit in certain levels because it made me a bit dizzy when it suddenly changed the camera angle. I enjoyed being a Rocket Man for a little bit, but I never went back.
Largely same as those guys. Yeah, I remember playing it. I enjoyed what I played, but not enough to go back for more. I'm slightly opposite to Adam, actually. I thought the bits where you were swinging underneath, you were basically doing your chest-high wall kind of shooty bit, but you're actually going up a structure. I found that the most interesting part of the game because it was a different perspective, and that kept cutting between cutscenes of part of the thing you're climbing up breaking apart, which gave a level of peril that I didn't think existed through the rest of it. But yeah, it wasn't enough to drag me back, unfortunately. But yeah, I'd probably give it a 6 out of 10 kind of thing. You know, it's good. If I'd have bought it, I would have beat it, but I didn't, so I wasn't gonna, and I didn't.
There you go.
Dead Rising.
Dead Rising's the zombie one, right?
Yep.
Yes. 1 million zombies. Ridiculous time.
Yeah, I love this one. It's like shooting zombies. I mean, who doesn't love to shoot zombies? And it's kind of like the Left 4 Dead kind of feel, but maybe a little bit before it. Maybe I don't actually know when it came out. I quite enjoyed this one.
Jason?
I'm going to say it was before. I thought it was a fun. No, I didn't think it was a fun. I thought it was a fun third-person game. Yeah, trapped in the shopping mall with zombies. That was the plot. I really enjoyed the photo taking aspect and the exploration. I got a bit annoyed with the zombies, and the time limit and the quickly ramping up difficulty was a bit annoying. But yeah, really good game. I actually enjoyed it better than I thought I was going to, because I seem to remember playing a demo and not enjoying it that much. So it was a revelation.
Ooh,
yeah,
revelation.
Ooh. Dead Rising revelation.
Dead Rising is one of the first games I got for my Xbox 360. I pumped many hours into it. I never beat it because, as Jason says, the time limits are ridiculous on doing stuff. The difficulty leap is quite ludicrous. I mean, there's a particular part not even that far into it. Basically, in the concourse between the starting bit and the more than that big green, there's a guy in a Jeep thing with a machine gun on the back, and I had no end of trouble killing those fuckers, to the point that I didn't find it fun. And then the further you get through the game, as Jason says, the zombies are more of a, the novelty wears off and the zombies are more of an annoyance than a challenge or fun. And it's still kind of nice because you're like, oh, fucking more zombies. Oh, one's actually got me. So it can still kind of take you by surprise a little, even hours and hours in. But yeah, I'd had my fill, and it's not often I turn off a game because of its difficulty or challenge, but this was one where I was like, I didn't have the patience for it. But yeah, great concept, very well executed for the time. I mean, it was very novel and probably quite a breakthrough in many ways, but yeah, it pissed me off. Deer Simulator! I played this for 20 minutes. I was not impressed. From the start, I felt I'd done everything there was of interest to look at within that time. I beat the big koala really easily because all you need to do is slide slightly around a corner. It can't hit you. Yeah, low effort. Not my cup of tea. Jason, what do you think of this one?
Haven't played it. Have watched the video. I probably will end up playing it just for the experience. You're not selling it too well for me to play, but yeah, I think I'm going to give it a go just to try it for myself. But I'm not expecting great things.
Just to spite me.
Not to spite you. Yeah. I don't think you'd care what I do. Whether I'd probably die in the koala straight away and never get back up again. Yeah, it looks like a novelty game, but I'll give it a go.
Adam?
Same as Jason, haven't played it, seen your video, and it's definitely not my cup of tea. I don't really like these sorts of simulators. Yeah, and from what you showed me on the video, I kind of fully agree with Jason and your opinion on the video. So, yeah, not for me.
Deep Rock Galactic! Speaking of things that didn't piss me off, Adam, this was one you found and put my way as something you thought it'd be fun for us to do together, yeah?
Yeah. This was so I was looking for something to fill a gap in our schedule, and I took a look through and found this one. So this is your dwarves, I'm going to say, if memory serves correctly, and you go down into these big massive craters.
Mines.
And you dig up all these minerals and ores, and you got like a little list of what to collect, and you get money for it, and it's great. The art style in it is very good. The enemies come out at you at all directions. Almost got me and Sean stuck a couple of times. And yeah, it's we finally found out how to refill our ammo about halfway through the video. That was that was quite funny. Yeah, go watch it. It's a good video and a nice surprising game. Thumbs up.
Jason?
I had a quick go this on my own before you guys played it, because when I was looking around for things we could play in the future. So I've only played it as a single. It's not a single person. Well, I was a single person. I don't know. I've only played it on my own. Yeah, third person dwarf game. It looked fun, but I'm not going to comment because I didn't really get into it at all. Not because it's bad, just because I didn't give it enough time. So I will leave that to you guys.
Fair enough. Yeah, real surprise this one. I enjoyed it immensely. I think the video came out really well as well. I think Adam did a great job on that. So yeah, I definitely suggest giving that a go, because it may be... It will surprise you. It will surprise you. Double Dragon Neon. This one I made Jason play. Adam, have you played this one?
I haven't, no. I saw the video. It looked like you're having a great time. This is basically old school fighting, kind of side-scrolling thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But with a modern twist, far more in-depth mechanics, and dear God, the humour. It's hilarious.
Well, I won't say too much. I'll let you guys take this one. But yeah, I thought it looked quite a good game. I haven't played it. Thumbs up.
Sean, you did not make me play this. I was very happy to play it. Another one. This is another one we did socially around my house. You came round. You were not a well bunny that day. You had some kind of early flu.
Really sick.
You were not. I remember editing out your coughs. I have listened to your sick voice far too many times on that. Hopefully it sounds good in the edit. Yeah, but I had a great time. Sorry for slight spoilers to the episode here, making you have to replay half of it. Yeah, a really nostalgic game, while also feeling very fresh. I had lots of fun.
Yep, I love Double Dragon Neon. Everyone, just go buy it, go play it. You will have fun. You will laugh. You will cry. You know, if you're a bloke and you stay right to the end and you see what ultimately happens to Skullmageddon, you'll certainly cross your legs and wince up a bit. But yeah, it's a hilarious game. It's awesome. Mechanically very solid. I have played through it numerous times. Again, it's another one I keep on my Xbox. I'll just crack out a couple of levels every now and then. And the videos are very good. Jason did a great job. If I don't sound like I'm half dead in the video, that is entirely down to Jason and his skill. Because I was not a well little bunny.
No. Also, if you want to get our views up and also enjoy a nice sing-along, just click on the video, jump straight to the end of part 2, and
yes,
let rip with your vocal talents.
Absolutely, you even get to do a silly Skeletor voice. Dungeons 3.
Right. Yes.
Dungeons 3. I believe this one was me and Jason.
I have never played it. I have never played it.
So this reminded me hugely of kind of the mechanic how Age of Empires plays. So you're in a mine, you build up your little base, so you build up a mine, you build up...
Oh, it's that game!
Yeah. You build loads of beds for your army, and there's like this crystal you've got to protect. And you're attacking the light. You play as evil guys, which is a nice twist on a game. As you go up into the light world, you face all the humans and you try and... I think they're elves, actually. You fight them and destroy them with your army, but then you've got to be careful because the humans send in a human army to your base to destroy the crystal. So you've got to kind of defend and attack at the same time. I really enjoyed this because it's got the building element to it, so any game that's got a building element I'm all down for. And yeah, I've really enjoyed the art style to this, and yeah, this is a massive thumbs up for me.
Jason?
Yeah, it's generally quite fun. Good sense of humour. It had some sort of elements of like the old Monty Python, Terry Pratchett style British folklore type humour. Generally not a game I'd get into because there was a lot of not world building, but the building side of it is a side of it I'm not that into, to be honest with you. So yeah, you're playing the bad guys fighting away across this land, but in order to do that you have to build up your home base and make sure everyone's... It's like a football manager for an evil horde, basically. So you're making sure everyone's leveled up and has all the spells they need and that sort of thing. I can definitely appreciate why people like it. I haven't gone back, but I enjoyed it a lot more than I expected. So I would say it is a good game.
This is not the game I thought it was. This one I do intend to try at some point, actually, because I enjoyed your video. It looked more fun than I thought it was going to be. So yeah, this is on my very long list of shit to play at some point before I die, which is hopefully going to be a long way away. Right, Earth Defense Force 2017. I'm going to have another crack at that. Earth Defense Force 2017, 2025, and Insect Armageddon. Adam, did you play any of these?
I did play them. This was again before my time, but I didn't really like these. They weren't really my thing. I could see why people would enjoy them. You basically run around fighting a load of bugs. Memory serves me
giant ants, mostly.
Yeah.
Spiders.
And but yeah, it's all right. I'm probably not my sort of game.
Jason?
I did enjoy it. I have happy memories of these. I think we were spoiled a bit with the first one, which was the Insect Armageddon one. That was obviously a later made one, which was I really had a lot of fun with that. We had a nice chat. It was flying around, all different colours. Shoot, kill the big bugs. It was great.
Yeah, the Insect Armageddon one was the one where you had the power armor that all had different powers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my favourite as well. I really enjoyed that one. I went back to that quite a few times. That was a lot of fun.
I had fun with the 2017 one, but that was the split screen one we played because we couldn't play that online, I think. Is that right? Or we could play it online? I don't know, but it was split screen anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was much simpler and looked really weird because you kept doing that thing. Oh, look at me turn around and just contort my body into weird shapes and that sort of thing. And we had lots of we literally had lots of bugs in the game. I didn't mean that as a pun, but it turned into one. Where we kept walking into.
Well, to be fair, they are
walls
budget titles. They've always been budget titles.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff going on the screen at any time, so I can understand it. But yeah, there was that invisible wall situation where I was just trying to get to a place. I was like, no, why can't I get there? There's this thing in the way. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with those. Very simple, but kept me happy.
Fable Heroes. Adam?
Now, this one I haven't played.
Moving on.
Probably for the best.
I haven't actually played any of them, funny enough. But I do own, I think, 3 of them. They're some of the games that I do plan to play. But Fable Heroes, having watched the video, it was again before my time, it's not Fable. That doesn't seem like Fable to me.
Do you think we got that across in the video?
Yeah, I think I was pretty clear on that. I didn't like it at all and never went back to it. Jason, what are your thoughts?
Never went back to it. I give it the benefit of the doubt. Well, not the benefit of the doubt. I give it some slight praise. If it didn't have the Fable branding on it, it's an okay children's party game, I would say. It does.
I think if it didn't have the
job.
Fable name on it, it would have been even more forgettable.
Moving on then.
FIA European Truck Racing Championship, which I believe also had another name, but that's what we called it in the video. This was the truck one.
Yes.
Adam?
I loved this. This was a lot of fun. It was really funny trying to just get control of the damn thing to begin with, and then I think Sean, you set some ridiculous final race where I think we all ran out of fuel. Which we didn't even know we needed to make pit stops. But this was like real simulating truck racing, basically. And I love all sort of racing games. And yeah, this one was a big thumbs up for me.
Jason?
It was much better than I expected. I don't think it was that simish as it could have been, which is why I liked it. It wasn't as overly realistic as I'd originally feared. It was a bit arcadey. It was a nice balance. It was quite fun, but I'm very unlikely to go back to it.
This is exactly what I expected it to be. A slow, chuggy racing game. Not my cup of tea, so I don't... I'm not going to cast shit at it for what it was. It appeared to be well made, but not my cup of tea. For Honor. Adam, did you play this one?
I haven't played it. Again, before my time, I have seen the video though. I'd like to give this one a go, actually. It looks quite good. It seems... From watching the video, I'm not entirely sure what the aim of the mission is, but I know you go around fighting as knights, basically hacking and slashing against all other knight-type foes. So, yeah, I'd like to give it a go.
Jason?
I think you were knights, samurai, or Vikings, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah, you basically historical-styled warriors.
Right.
Yeah, not necessarily in the same time period, but I think I like the idea of it. I don't think it played very well. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. I don't think I played it very well. It just... it was just basically capture the flag and stuff like that with running around the set. Different like mini games, but I just couldn't get the hang of it, really. So, yeah, it's probably a good game, but it wasn't for me.
I really, really liked the control system and what they were setting up with. I don't think there's any way to do that justice in the hour that we played it. I don't think we even released the video of our most entertaining match.
Right.
Which was the one with all the death pits in, and I kept inadvertently crushing John, not realising it was him.
Who did the edit?
No, this was John did.
Funny enough.
An in-depth tactical hack and slash to a degree, with a huge variety of moves, a bunch of different stances, and all this stuff. It was a really, really cool game. I just, we didn't put it across perhaps as well as we could in the video, but it's supposed to be a quick impression, so that's the point of it. And for what it was, I'm not going to put in the time to master it in the way that I would say something like Dark Souls, which is similarly very complex and nuanced to master, but there's a bigger world and a story and everything, which is more what I'd prefer. Forza Horizon 2. Adam, were you with us for this one, or was this me, John, Jason and Cam? I can't remember.
This was before my time again, but I have played this one, and I quite like all the Forza Horizon games. Again, racing game, and that is what it is, really. I like racing games, so yeah.
Jason?
Which one was this? Is this the one set in Europe, or is this a different one?
Oh, they're all the fucking same.
There was one in Australia, there was the other one.
Nice-looking sports car with high-end graphics, and they all move at, like, shit off a stick, and you can't have a lot of fun with it because they don't get mashed up or anything, and they don't explode.
Basically what I was going to say. Yes, beautiful-looking game, lovely environments, lighting, weather, brilliant. I kept sliding off the road, couldn't get a hang of it. Again, probably just me. Well, it's not just me, but probably me and my playstyle. It's the sort of game you might get used to and be really good at, but I was just all over the place and got a bit embarrassed after a while. It was like I was driving on ice.
Yeah, no, it's car porn, and like my godson absolutely adores these games because he's a big car head. He's really into all this stuff, and you can't argue that these games look spectacular. It's just, it's absolutely not for me, and it's not what I want in a driving game. I want to be shooting out the window and shit. So, no shade on the game. It just wasn't quite my cup of tea. Speaking of which, Friday the 13th. Adam?
So, this one is before my time, but this is one of my favourite videos for a number of reasons. One, it's almost hilariously funny because this is quite early on, I'm guessing, because we used to keep the setting up of the games in the first part of the videos, and you get a nice 10 minutes of this on this one. But then after that, I'm
pretty sure that was more interesting than the actual video.
I think there was, the decision at the time was to not keep it in. However,
we were talking during that, and then when we were actually playing the game, we were all very quiet.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't want to give ourselves away.
But if you're not interested in that stuff, please skip towards about 11 minutes in, where the game actually gets going, and John has this hilarious bit where he's the only one left alive, and Jason, who funny enough he's playing Jason, is obviously after John. John turns this corner right in the face of Jason, and all of a sudden he gives this really girly scream, runs away in the other direction, where Jason tries to pursue with his like warp power thing, which he can't control for the life of him. And
hang on, there's a theme going on with these games.
It's hilarious. So yeah,
Jason,
big fun
on this one.
Well, there's 3 games in a row that I can't control apparently, so that's going well. Don't like the Fs. It's just rubbish. I'd forgotten all about this until just now, but we did talk about going back to playing this game again. I think it was just how long it took to set up, but it was quite fun. I could see it. I think my only issue with the game is I'd probably play it single player if I could, but it's not designed for that. So
no.
Well,
this was designed for, I forget if it was 8 or 16 players online, and I'm sure with that numbers of players it would have been fun. what we were doing was not particularly fun. It was because it's quite a big camp. There's quite a large area to run around in. There's quite a lot of different things you can do to try and throw each other off, and this, that, and the other. Yeah. There were 3 or 4 of us. We couldn't do any of that. It was literally just kind of trying to. Well, it's basically staying around the small area that you were in because you knew it, and then Jason would show up and kill one of you. But yeah, I like the idea of the mechanics, but I think the more people, the more fun it would be.
Yeah, I also think the more you play it, as you say, you'd learn the whole area and learn where the things are and how to make the booby traps and all that stuff. So
yeah,
I can see people doing it as a regular thing, but we never did.
Full Metal Furies or Furries? I'm going to go with Furies.
It's Furies. We discussed this in the video at length.
Look, I am mentally spinning my wheels trying to remember what the hell this is, because I have no idea.
I played it, and
if one of you would enlighten me.
I'm struggling to remember it. It was on Game Pass. We thought, what can we play today? We did Full Metal Furies, because it had a good name and a nice little cartoon image. It was fine. Have never gone back to it. From what I remember, it's like a little walk from left to right, shooting stuff, trying to avoid the thing, and some bases and bosses. I'm sure there was some sort of leveling up mechanic which I've completely forgotten about, maybe combining things, but I honestly can't remember. But it looked pretty, and what we played was fine. There you go, that's my thumbs up of recommendation. It was fine. Full Metal fine.
Did I play this one?
I don't remember this one, and I've even actually tried to just quickly look up the video and where it is. I can't find it this very short period of time, so pass.
I'll be honest, my main memory of it is doing the thumbnail and trying to finding out the main picture I could use was the character taking a sip of tea and spitting out, and that made me very happy. So that's why I put it. That's the only thing I remember about the game, really.
So yeah, I pass on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, okay, fair enough. We will move on to Full Spectrum Warrior. This was that military shooter thing that was something to do with the actual US military, right?
Yeah,
I believe
so. This was to be a game, well, it used to be in its basic form a game to train the US military, and they turned it into a game for everyone to play. You move around a couple of units, Delta, Belter, whatever they're called.
It's definitely not Belter.
And technical names. And they
move around. Charlie and Bravo.
That's it. They move around as a unit. They don't really separate. You can engage enemies as units, and you can squeeze units in using the different ones from different areas. It's quite tactical. I quite enjoyed it. It was a little bit slow paced for me, just moving from area to area, and it's basically wartime. So yeah, 50-50 this one.
Cool.
It was a Games with Gold game that I would not have played otherwise, but yeah, it was all right. It was pleasant. It was much better than I expected. I actually got something out of it. Again, never went back to it, but I can't help that. But yeah, it was a decent game. It's just it's not like a running around shoot things. It was definitely more based on I'm in a squad and I'm going to command you to do this and you to do that, and we're going to flank and all that sort of stuff. So I can see why it was a training thing. It was all right. Okay game, but I won't play it again. I'm not really an army type gamer.
I might be wrong on this, but did we try to record this round yours, Jason? Or maybe we were talking on the headsets and trying to play at the same time. Because I recall I couldn't beat the tutorial of this. Like, it's not my cup of tea anyway. And I seem to recall I could... Like, either I or you couldn't do the thing in the tutorial. I'm sure we were sat together trying to do it. And we were swearing about it.
Quite possibly.
I played it and recorded it. And then you guys was playing it just to get an idea of it, and you guys were struggling on the tutorial. So when we got into the actual game, yeah, that was kind of like, first scenes. Oh, so this is what the game's like for you.
Yeah, now you mention it, might have been. I might have even gone back to it once after the game and tried it properly. I now you say it, we did have some issues with commanding things. And I think it was just missing prompts. Like we would miss the prompt on the screen, so we didn't do it or something. We didn't understand what we had to do. And when you actually got the hang of it, it was quite straightforward. But we were probably playing it without the sound on or something and didn't hear it or something. But my memory of it is it was better than I expected. So I've bypassed all those difficulties. Ignore the tutorial. Just go straight in and play it on its own.
Gang Beasts.
Gang Beasts.
I love this. I thought this was a lot of fun.
Gangs with beasts.
This is... You are this sort of... I'm going to say plasticine type rubber character. A bit like Human Fall Flat. And yeah, you go around and there's lots of different modes. But I think on the video we mostly played on Horde mode, I believe. So you just fight wave after wave of certain things.
Oh, we did a bit of everything.
Yeah, we fought against each other as well. And it's basically you got to kill everyone by chucking people off or crushing them in the in-game crushers that are there, or depending on what level you're on, or chuck them off a big massive tower. It was a lot of fun. Definitely a game to play with friends. Yeah, a lot of fun. Big thumbs up.
Jason?
I did enjoy it. I didn't think you guys did. But yeah, I actually played it with random people as well and found it quite amusing. Because it's just obviously it's the sort of game you don't have to talk to anyone about with as a multiplayer, which is exactly what I like doing. So with you guys it was fine because it's only you two, but when there was like lots of people on the same level, that actually I did find it more fun. Yeah, good times. We had a little bit of the football game as well, which we actually cut out of the video, which probably would have been best with more players. But yeah, no, there's lots of different stuff to do there, but it's quite simple. And I think at the time we thought, yeah, it'd be better with more people than just the three of us.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I found it a little shallow, and I thought it was a bit more like Human Fall Flat, where there were actual levels to traverse and stuff with the wonky physics, rather than just it being a brawler. If I'd have known that, maybe I wouldn't have been so gung-ho to play it. But no, I enjoyed my time with it. It didn't cost a lot of money, so I'm happy to not think of it again. Gears 5.
As you can probably tell, I love this game. I love all this series. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but Gears 5, awesome. Not one of my favourites though. I think Gears 3 is probably my favourite out of the series. But Gears 5's got, if you play through the story mode, that would be my one advice. If you're new to Gears, you haven't got necessarily go back to the first games, but if you go into Gears 5 as a first sort of player to the series, definitely play the story mode first. Don't go straight into Horde, because you won't really understand too much about what the hell's going on.
To be fair, it's Horde mode. How much do you really need to know?
Well, there is
motivation.
Yeah, but basically you get to know the characters, you get to know why the Horde's there, you get to know why you're defending this random place. Whereas if you go into it without that, it's essentially Horde mode, just fighting off loads of enemies, and then that can become boring. So yeah, I do recommend playing the story mode first, because you really get... And the story is fantastic. There is a huge storyline to it, very in depth, and you can... The best thing about it as well, sorry, I know I'm going on a little bit longer about this one, but I do love it. You can go into it and just play through the story mode, very shallow, and just get the general gist. Or there are collectibles in the game where you can go really in depth with a lot of the characters and find out exactly what's going on behind their backstories and stuff. Yeah, it's a really good game. Thumbs up.
Jason?
Nice. I played straight into the Horde mode. Didn't understand what was going on. Didn't understand why they were attacking me. I've not played any of the... I'm sorry, I played the first Gears years ago for the I don't know, the opening bit probably. It's fine. It's not the sort of game I would play or go back to, but if you're going to play a run around and shoot stuff type of game or a Horde game, it was probably the closest thing to what I would play. I don't really play like the first-person shooter games like Call of Duty or Halo or anything, and so this is probably the closest I would ever get to those. And I did play a little bit of the story afterwards, and that was fine. That was good. I enjoyed the little video you put together explaining it. My main memory of this is Sean not being happy because he didn't get to play as the skin he wanted to play as. That's what comes back to me.
Yeah, they put fucking Batista in the game, and they're like, oh yeah, yeah, fantastic. That's the one thing I wanted. That is a second skin for Marcus. You couldn't play as that skin and have Marcus on the team, which John had already picked. Fair enough. So the one thing I was looking forward to the game, like, I fucking hated making these videos, and I've never gone back and played the game because of how much I didn't enjoy those. And it's not just that I disliked playing with Jason and John. I quite enjoyed that bit.
It's not just that.
Like, no. But this game is that Horde mode is exactly the same as Gears 2 was, which was the last Gears I played, which was 10 odd years before. And I'm just sitting there going, why the fuck would I play any more of this? Like, it's literally exactly the same. Like, I understand, Adam, you might say it's a good story, but I am the person who, like, Gears 2 broke me. When Dom pulls out his tiny wife and we're supposed to see feel sad for the enormous gruff Megan, and I'm fucking laughing my tits off. I'm sorry, your franchise is dead to me. And I hoped playing a little bit of the multiplayer, like, oh, they've tweaked the mechanics, this, that, and the other, so it's now a bit more. It was exactly the fucking same. So hard pass for me. That's probably the most negative I'm going to be in the video, but dear God, it pissed me off because I felt it was, I lost my train of thought.
Oh dear.
It pissed me off because it felt like another lazy reskin of a game I'd played like a decade previous. And that sort of shit really bugs me. Now, I'm just going to go off on my own very slightly for a second here. You guys can talk about the videos, but I'm going to talk about Godzilla Monster of Monsters. This is a game I've played many, many times. I never had it for the original NES, but I played it on emulator. I'm a massive Godzilla fan, as all of you guys know. So that's actually a really fun game. And Super Godzilla, which I did not know what the fuck was going on, and I couldn't beat King Ghidorah. And that is as it should be, because King Ghidorah is the fucking boss of bosses in the Godzilla universe, and I, with my pansy ass, should not be able to defeat him. So I love both of those games, and I love that video I put together. I've now seen more videos, more Godzillas. I may eventually do a part 2 with the rest of the movies. But guys, what do you think?
Haven't played them. I mean, it seemed like the old Godzilla Part 2 to me. It's just, what's this about? It was years ago. Hate it. Pissed me off. Couldn't play as my favourite wrestler either. Hated it. Which is obviously Mothra or something. I don't know. I'm not as well versed with Godzilla as you are, although I'm looking to catch up with this. From what I've seen, looked good, but I didn't play it, so I am going to leave the opinions to you. Not all opinions, just that.
I haven't played it either. From what I saw on your video, which is a very good video by the way, it looked quite fun. Might be something I'd enjoy, but yeah, I've not played it, so I can't give an opinion.
Cool. Moving on to Golf with Your Friends, a game I'm certain we've all actually played.
Yes,
with our friends.
There we go. Adam?
I haven't played this on with you guys, actually, on the channel. You? No, this was
this is pre-Adam.
This was pre-me by a couple of weeks on one of the videos.
I thought you were in the last set we played. Oh, we'll have to play this with you then. I really like it.
Oh, is it? But I have played it, and yeah, great game. Great game, lots of fun, lots of crazy courses. In my opinion, there are some wonky mechanics which make it even more fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and yeah, you can have tons of fun with this game. Big thumbs up for me.
I did have tons of fun with it. It was a surprise treat for the year. Yeah, we had lots of... The only issue was the recording side of it, which is, so behind the curtain, little secret here, it's not that great to record because we like to record each person individually, and the game really wants you to kind of play at the same time.
Yes.
That makes it a little bit difficult because there's a timer on these golf shots. So we're like, well, you go first, now you, now me. But no, we did have some games, and I played this on my own as well, actually. I golfed on without my friends. I found that to be a more pleasant experience. And lots of fun with it. It might have some wonky physics, but generally speaking, it does the job what it's supposed to do. And there's some nice little themed areas with some little, it's nothing spectacular, but it's a nice fun game, and I'd advise it to all my friends.
I agree with everything already said. It's crazy golf. It's really fun. Very inventive courses. I particularly like levels in Spice. That was great fun. Yeah, go play it. GTA 5.
What's that then?
Online. The origin of our videos. These are the first things we've released.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think we've played a fair bit of this. I've played it, but I say this was before my time. I have actually played this with John and Dan as a test way back when. But I really like GTA. I've not gone too in depth with the game with number 5. But yeah, big thumbs up for me. It's GTA. What more can I say?
Jason?
I'm a big GTA fan. I always have been. I've played all the GTA games many times. This is another one I was very much looking forward to. They really included the online side of it, which is obviously what we're talking about in this case. It's had a lot of complaints from people online, but it's also done incredibly well for both Rockstar and the fan base. And I even played it today, and not just for this reason today. I didn't even know we were going to talk about this today. I just randomly put it in again for the first time in possibly even a year. I don't know how long, 6 months or a year.
Yeah.
I just put it in today to see what it was like, and it held up quite well.
Nice.
Yeah. I often play in sessions on my own or with friends or crews or something like that. So maybe I'm just not as exposed to the horrible online people that I hear complaints about. But yeah, I've always had a good time with this. It's still very customizable. It's still always including new things. Since we actually last played, they've added a new island, although that might be a mission only thing. I did actually have to spend like 3 million today, just after I turned it on, to just try and see what the next mission was. But luckily, in however many years this game's been out, I've earned many, many millions and had the money to spare. I could see coming new to this game how it might be a bit daunting. But yeah, I love GTA 5, to be honest with you. And I'm very much looking forward to it. But again, I'm going to say that again.
Cool.
No, that's stated.
So I really enjoyed it when we were first playing it, and wanted to kill myself by the time we stopped, because we were just doing the same thing over and over again. The GTA 5 online was cursed for us, because the amount of times we tried doing the actual storied additional content, and someone's record would fail, or one time it crashed when it was trying to load the final cutscene. All this kind of stuff is one of the reasons we stopped playing it, because we all got to the point where we're just like, we can't fucking just play this hour and a half series of missions again and have it fail again. But no, this is what we broke our teeth on. I think the races and stuff we did really helped us get started in playing a game. You know, a race is a race. You can see what you're doing, you can control it easy enough, and that allows you to also talk at the same time. And from humble beginnings, everything that followed came. So I'm thankful for that. The one thing I always really enjoyed was the mini game where you charge down a ramp, preferably 2 at a time, and then you have to open your parachute, and there's like a little goal. It's like Super Monkey Ball, so you've got to kind of drop the car into a certain number of points and win. That was a hell of a lot of fun. But yeah, it's great. I think we did too much of the same thing in it, but that was just my opinion. Otherwise, you know, it's made Rockstar a ridiculous amount of money, and it's the reason you haven't got GTA 6 yet, so think of that what you will. But moving on to Guns, Gore and Cannelloni, and Guns, Gore and Cannelloni 2, The Cannelloniing.
I love these games. these are great games. I didn't play them with you guys, but I have played them with John. Yeah, this is basically a side-scrolling shoot 'em level jumping. Yeah, it's great. You play as like a gangster, shooting up other gangsters. And it's great. It's good little fun, cartoony sort of graphics, and yeah, love it. Big thumbs up.
Cool. Jason?
Yeah, I love the cartoon look. It's I like running around as a mobster and just shooting everything on the screen. It's I think the difficulty level is quite good. It does ramp up in certain areas. You've got different levels of aeroplanes and just running behind things. Obviously zombies coming at you at all times. Yeah, nice little cutscenes, lots of good humour. Really enjoyed it. I don't think I played the second one. I definitely watched the video that the other guys did. This was another one of the videos that we made the day I met Cameron, and it was I think this is the one we kind of got chatting over. So yeah, good day, loved it.
Awesome. I never got around to playing either of them yet. I don't think I might have played some of the first one. Yeah, no, I definitely played some of the first one. So yeah, I thought it was alright. Not enough to have me go back, but yeah, I thought they were okay. Hardcore Uprising.
Just googling it now. Hang on. Ah, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, in case anyone needs reminding, this was the Anime Contra spin-off.
Yes.
So I'll vamp and allow you guys to have a minute to collect your thoughts. So I still maintain what I said in the video. I found it too slow. I thought things took too many hits to kill. And it just didn't have the pace of a Contra game. Like, if you're going to play a Contra game, Burning Chrome is your one. If you can't get your hands on Contra, Super Contra, or Contra the Alien War. Or Contra 4, which I have on the DS, which cost me quite a pretty penny because there wasn't a lot of copies released in the UK. But yeah, this was a bit of a disappointment for me. What about you guys? Adam?
Yeah, I do remember this one. I remember your video very well. My opinion's pretty much the same. I thought the shooting element was very slow. There's a power-up that gets you to shoot faster, and I thought that should have been the level at which your gun should shoot normally.
Yeah.
And yeah, pretty much the same opinion. I did have fun with it, but overall, too slow, and I quickly lost interest. So.
Jason?
Far too fast for me. I couldn't keep up with it. It's horrible. The pace.
Dick.
No, I played the first couple of levels. I think I don't think I really noticed that, but I wasn't being not too picky. But I wasn't really judging it. I was just sort of playing it for some fun, really. Yeah, it seemed like the game I expected it to be, but I think you got some valid points there, to be fair. And I'm assuming, yeah, as you say, they were just sort of ramping up. You can get better weapons later, but I don't think I got that far. So I just had the pew 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 machine.
Hover. Adam, you took the lead on this one, and I tried to make a Sonic the Hedgehog in a bit that didn't get over.
Yes, I did enjoy this one. This, funny enough, the mechanic of like just running around finding missions, in the past I haven't really enjoyed, but this one I felt really engaging. It felt really the story was all around you all the time, and you could go up and find different characters and do little side missions or do the main mission, and that really engaged me. Funny enough, I found a nice challenge of trying to get to the highest point. I quite enjoyed doing that, and then you can fall all the way down without even hurting yourself, so that was even better. But yeah, this I quite enjoyed this one. There was a few quirks and little bugs to it that kind of annoyed me, but yeah, overall I did enjoy it.
Jason, what do you think?
I thought the world and the customization was pretty good. I think I said the previous time we spoke about this that it just didn't draw me in. We had some fun. I had some fun racing around with you guys. It's got a lot of things I like about games. I just didn't seem to want to keep playing it for some reason. I think it's meant to be social, and I didn't want to socialise. It was... Yeah, I'm not that keen on the look of the characters. There's a lot of customization you can do, and the world wasn't that attractive to me, let's say. But I think there's not really anything wrong with it. I'm sure it's fine. Just never drew me into it, so I never went back.
I'm kind of the opposite of Jason. I really like the look of it, but I felt it was mechanically very sloppy to the point that it stopped me enjoying it. I felt it needed a lot of tweaking. It needed a lot of... I think a lot of the things you had to do needed polishing, because a lot of the races almost felt like you needed to know where you were going to go before you'd started the race to be able to finish it.
Yeah.
And then you'd have a second go, and it's like, well, there's no reason I couldn't have beat this first time. If I'd have known where I was going, they'd have signposted it better or something. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of to use a specific example. Fable 2 just had the streak of piss that led you exactly where you needed to go. I'm not exactly saying it needed something like that, but in an arcadey game like that, there could have been more kind of neon visuals to say, okay, now you're going up, now you're going there, like something to let you know where you were going to go. And that freaking basketball game thing was just an absolute clusterfuck. But yeah, I like the idea and I really like the look. I just think it needed a lot more attention paid to the mechanics. I just think it needed a lot more polish and a lot more attention spent to the mechanics and the way you actually navigated throughout a quest or a race outside of the regular mechanics of just running and jumping around, which was quite satisfying. It's time for a big one. Ooh. Human Fall Flat, a game that saw us through many years as we went from getting it in its base form to its first DLC pack, right up to what we believe is the final pack with
they're still releasing
our last video.
Yeah.
So,
I did hear what you said there, Jason.
I said they're still releasing them. There's still new packs coming out all the time. I think there's now.
Is there a forest one now, I believe?
I think so.
Yeah.
It keeps going.
Coming soon to Iron Dinos, more Human Fall Flat. There's more for us to play, so look forward to that coming up on the channel. But what do you think of the game as a whole, guys? Let's start with Jason. Because
threw me off.
He was there with the first video, where it was me, him, Dan and John.
Yep.
And then we'll come to Adam last, as he came to it last. So fire away, Jay.
Oh my god, I took ages to get the hang of this game. It's all on video, you can see it. So I'll briefly explain it if you've never played this game. You are similar to the previous game we mentioned. You're like a plasticine model who's trying to get around certain obstacles, and that is the puzzle. And sometimes you have to move things around and pick people up and find hidden things. But yes, you control your arms with triggers and you can jump and twist. And it's a lot more in depth than it at first appears. And also getting coordinated was not something I took to like a duck to water. It took me quite a while to get up a ledge. I am chief of the ledge, apparently, is what we said at the time.
Chief of the ledge.
Yeah, Jason, chief of the ledge. But I like to think I went on a journey. I took you all the viewers, on a journey, and I gradually got to adequate by our last video, I think. I can get on a ledge now. I can swing on a rope. I can get to the end sometimes with help from 2 other people who get to the checkpoint before I do. It's all good stuff. I really enjoyed these games. I think they are great examples of basically physics puzzles with silly, customizable plasticine heads. It's lots of fun. Play it. Play it yourself. It's great.
I agree. I took my character on a journey through basically every Mortal Kombat ninja colour I could think of. If you watch through the series, you will notice that. That was just a little thing I thought was funny. One of my favourite things about this game was John obviously knew what he was doing, so he could go forward in the level. I would follow him with the occasional slip up, and Jason, of course, was trailing a mile behind, unable to do the most basic bit of platforming. That was fantastic, and I loved watching Jason grow as a player to being able to do the most basic things, which Adam eclipsed him in like his second episode. So yeah, that's a great video series. Again, that's another one we learned a lot as. I don't like to use the word performers for this because it's just talking bollocks while playing games, but however you want to phrase it, we all grew a lot through that series.
Pratfallers.
What?
Pratfallers. That's what I want to call ourselves.
Pratfallers. Yeah. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. A really, really great game, and I'm happy there's more because I'm really looking forward to going back to it. Adam, you were the last one to join us. Give us the final word.
Yeah, I love this game. I love all the crazy mechanics of the game. And I actually really liked how, when I joined, all the roles kind of shifted about. So when you guys were playing it, John was always the hardcore, get this level finished. Jason was the one struggling to just get hold of the basics. And then Sean, you were the one trying to skip the level by trying to break the game by climbing on the outside.
Hells yeah, that's how I play games.
And then when I joined, because John had left at that point, Sean, you became the one trying to get the level done, pushing the level on. Jason became the one of, I don't want to do the level, I'm going to try and skip it. And then I'm the one trying to just get hold of the basics, which I think I did quite well and quite quickly.
You did. Clearly you'd seen my videos. You'd learnt a lot from my tutorials.
I love the game. It's a great game. It's a great game to play with friends. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, it's great. And in our next video, if we do another video, I've got a little hidden clip of me, Jason and Sean achieving something in just the lobby. So look out for that.
Ikaruga, Jason, go!
The vertically scrolling bullet down. Oh, fuck that.
Jason hated it. Do you hear that?
I did.
He started muttering about the game and then told it to fuck off.
Ikaruga. The vertically scrolling top-down bullet hell shoot 'em up, where you switch your shields depending on the colour. No, I never played it. It was yours. I had to go to Argentina or somewhere to get that, didn't I? I don't know what's going on.
You did, yeah. That's good. It sounded like you were reading that rather than doing it from memory.
Good.
Adam, go!
I did bother to go get this one, and I loved it. Yeah, great game. Top down, shoot 'em up. Yeah, great game.
Cool. I also played this. I believe it was ported from the Saturn era, Sega Saturn era, something like that. It was a lot of fun. I suck at bullet hells, so after a certain point, I gave up because I've not got the time or the patience to invest long term into one game anymore. Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. Adam, go!
Love this game. Yeah, I love anything Indiana Jones. I've watched all the movies, played most of the games. So yeah, this was right up my alley. Loved it.
Cool. Jason?
I got to be Indiana Jones. Well, he's good enough for me. Yeah, it controlled well. The graphics were clear. It was, well, good enough for them when it came out anyway. And had a nice new story that wasn't just based on the game. So I enjoyed it a lot.
Cool. I like The Last Crusade, but I have no particular fondness for the franchise one way or the other. So I've got to be honest, I didn't get round to this one.
How dare you?
Injustice, Gods Among Us. Jason?
It's a fighting game. Yay, in the DC universe. I liked what I played. I didn't play a lot of it, I've got to be honest. But the fighting was quite good. The backgrounds were quite good. The scenes were quite good. The little mini-game things weren't amazing. The little, what are they called? Where you press the buttons to do stuff in between levels. And the wagering thing wasn't amazing. But the fighting was fine. Had good characters. And the graphics still hold up quite well. But I don't like the overly organic, angular costume design. That was a bit... ugh. But yeah, overall, it was alright. Fighting game.
Adam?
Yay, fighting game. My non-favourite. I did play it, but not a lot. I'm not a fan of fighting games. But as it was the sort of DC characters, yeah, it was, I liked the art style. That's about as much as a positive note as I can put on it, really.
Not really my favourite kind of story, Superman turns evil, but I played through the whole thing just to experience it again. For what it is, it was fine, but it's still got a competitive scene, this and the sequel, and I really don't think they're great fighting games. But that's just me. Whatever. It's been a long time since I've been deep into fighting games, and I was literally only playing it because it was DC. If it weren't that, I would have given up a long time ago. Insane robots. I forgot who I shot to last time.
Doesn't matter. I'll take this one. It was a card game, I think, wasn't it? Sort of, which I don't usually like, but this one was okay.
Pretty much.
I think I played this with you, Sean. I think that's the case. Anyway, I seem to remember having more fun than I thought I was going to have with it. We had a nice chat about robots, from what I remember. I've never touched it again since, but I think you liked it more than I did, actually. From what I remember, I think you went.
I actually went and played several hours of it.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
I might have completed it. I remember really liking it.
Oh.
Did you play this one, Adam?
I haven't played it. I wasn't around for this one, but I have watched the video several times because it's a really, really funny video. Basically, Jason has played the game before they started the video, and he was
Sounds about right.
roughly trying to teach Sean how to play it, and very soon Sean completely overtakes him on the ability of the game and wipes the floor with him. So
yeah, I had a very base knowledge.
Hooray! Sean wins!
And it's
That's
hilarious.
not the game.
It's hilarious just watching the back and forth between you two, and it's basically you select cards for either attack or defense, and you got to build up your defense. From watching the video, I still didn't get an idea of when you can actually attack the other robot, but oh well. Yeah, watch the video. It is a load of fun. Yeah, looks like a fun game.
Insanely Twisted Shadow Planet. I'm going to start off on this one. I really liked it. I like the sedate place, and I have completed it. It's, I think, one of the 2 Games of Gold from last year I completed.
Oh.
I thought this was incredibly charming, incredibly sedate, and then the challenge picks up significantly for the bosses. Adam, did you beat this one?
I didn't beat it. I did play it downstairs, and yeah, this is it was good fun. I haven't been back to it. I probably gave it about half an hour before I had to switch off, but I do plan to go back.
Cool. Jason?
I didn't beat it either, but I do intend to go back. I like the art style. I like the way it floated around, and you had little different tools you could use. And I think it upgraded quite well. But yeah, I enjoyed it very much, and I will go back.
Joyride Turbo. Jason, what do you think of this one?
I actually really like this. I like this. This was a surprise. It's just like an Avatar game, racing game. Me and John played this, and it was really good fun. I felt it's quite arcadey racing around, and we enjoyed it. And it was easy enough to get you very quickly. The nice little pickups and boosts and stuff, and ramps, you can shortcuts. It looks quite simple, but it probably is quite simple, but it's fun. And I can't say more than that. I enjoyed it.
Adam?
Yeah, I've actually played this one. I wasn't around for when you did the video. Ooh. But I have played this one, and this is one of the games I really liked. Loved racing around, and it's a great little racing game. Love the art style. Yeah, thumbs up.
Was that not the Micro Machines one then?
No, this was an Avatar game. We played this. Me and John was gonna play something with you, Sean, and then you had flu or something, so you couldn't come. So we went, let's find something else to play tonight. And me and John found this one, and we went, yeah, actually enjoyed that. Good game.
Oh, cool. Well, I haven't got a clue what this is, so I can't pass judgment. So we'll move on to Jurassic World Evolution.
Okay.
Jason, I remember you built something and you showed me around it.
I did. And very quickly you overtook me and then showed me how to do it properly. No, you didn't. This game...
I was Jeff Goldblum all along.
You was. This game is still getting advertised to me. In fact, right at the moment, I've got an advert for it in front of me, which I didn't put there myself. It's the sort of game which I could get into, or I could see myself getting into if I had lots of spare time. But it's like a management sim of a dinosaur park. But it's not just the management fact. You can also zoom down and be amongst your creations, and you can play with it in many ways and make the most lavish park or the cost-effective park, or just let everything rampage around and kill everyone. which I think we did. And I think it's definitely a good game here, but I've not gone back because it's a huge time sink, and I've got other things I'd rather sink my time into. But I think it is a good game.
I echo your sentiments. Adam, what do you think?
I love this game.
Yeah, you've said before you like a management sim.
Oh yeah, and anything building, anything sort of managing, sort of wise, yeah, love it. And I love the whole Jurassic Park series, so yeah, this was right up my alley. I love building up the park. I even loved when my dinosaurs ran rampant and killed everyone. It was great.
It's the best part.
It's the only part.
Yeah. It's what it's all building to. Have you watched any of those movies? That's literally the thing that happened.
Yeah, literally. I loved watching them like run down into the bunkers and try to save themselves, and yeah, it was
bit sadistic.
Great fun. You get to shoot the animals with darts to capture them again, and yeah, you can build your park however you want. I found it a really good time.
Keep talking, nobody explodes! Jason, go!
Ah! It's a great game with a bomb, and you have to defuse it, and someone else tells you how to do it, and you go, I can't do it, and you run away and get scared, and it's really horrible. But it's a lovely game. It's a lovely game once you've got over it. After you've played it, you think you really enjoyed yourself. While you're playing it, you're a bit more tense and scared and but yeah, I have had lots of fun with this. With Sean, try not to help. Yeah, try not to help. Not to explode, basically.
I knew it!
Giving the game away. I've been sabotaging you all this time. Shakes fist at the air.
Adam?
I love this game. I haven't played it yet, but I love watching you two in the series. It's very funny watching how both of you work in like completely different ways in solving puzzles, and trying to see how you two communicate those completely different ways is hilarious. Yeah, this is a great game, great little video series of ours, and yeah, definitely go watch it. Great game, download it. You have fun.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo that. I love playing it. I love the videos. Jason's got an incredible job on editing them. That little whole switching between screens and shrinking the other window, that doesn't come easy. That's a lot of work. And Jason's done a wonderful job to make a very enjoyable series. So, well done on that.
Ooh.
King of Fighters 13. Adam, you love fighting games.
Where on earth did you get that idea?
We're into the SNK's 20 minutes of the recording.
Oh, another fighting game. I'm sure this is a perfectly adequate fighting game from what I remember, but I can't say too much about it. I hate fighting games, and I really didn't like this one. So, I'm going to pass it on.
Fair enough. Jason?
It's another fighting game. I'm not 100% sure which one this was. I think I know. I'm looking at a picture of it now. Again, as Adam says, I'm sure it's fine. But I'm not really keen on fighting games in the long term. I'll play them very, very quickly and then move along. And I moved along and never went back.
Fair enough. And from my perspective, I really enjoyed the intro I made for it. And I think this was the one where there were actually a couple of tracks that were lifted from 90s techno tunes. So if this is the one, I'm pretty sure it is. I went and got the soundtrack because it's actually really good. I like 90s techno shit, so yeah, there was that. Other than that, it was a rock solid 2D fighter. I don't have the time or the patience these days to complete such a thing. But something I do have the time and patience for is Kingdom 2 Crowns, my Games with Gold Game of the Year for last year. Jason, I'm going to start with you.
Oh, I loved it. It was really good. Didn't finish it. Still will. Still go back. Enjoyed it. I told you I enjoyed it. And I think you caught the bug. Yeah, loved running up and down, giving stuff money, and then going, yes, I've achieved something and not got attacked this time. And then get attacked next time. And going, yeah, lots of fun. Really enjoyed it.
Cool. Adam?
I absolutely love this game. I would have picked it as one of my favourites if I didn't know that you was going to pick it as one of yours. And it's a great little game. So addictive. Very surprisingly so. Like when you first look at the game, you think, that's not that much. But as soon as you get into it, there's actually quite a depth to the game, and yeah, you just immediately get hooked. It's a great game, one of the best games played last year.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've not played it yet and you got it with Games of Gold, go play it. It will just give it a little time till you quite bed into the when you bed into the controls and the mechanics of the game. It's very, very simple, and yeah, if you're like anything like the three of us, you'll be hooked. Wonderful game. Left 4 Dead. Adam, have you ever played Left 4 Dead game?
I've played so much Left 4 Dead, it's untrue. Left 4 Dead was one of the games that myself, John and Dan first tested out our equipment on, other than Gears of War. We've played a lot of Left 4 Dead. In fact, me and John have played all the way through this, actually, and I think we completed it. Yeah, it's a great game. It's basically a zombie fighting game. You play as one of either 4 characters. You collect weapons as you go, ammo as you go. If you like a zombie shooting game, this is definitely up there. Great game.
Jason?
I think I've played as much as was ever recorded for this channel, and all that was released. It's fine. I can see a lot about it. I'm not keen on first-person stuff, so I didn't get into it too much. And I seem to remember this being a bit of a nightmare with the recording side. Not because of the game, but by any means. I just remember the time not being... There was always someone's recording wasn't working or something couldn't go together. So these are the memories I have of the game. And because it's first-person, I'm not that drawn to it as I am other games. But yeah, it holds up quite well, and I quite enjoyed sort of hunkering down and killing zombies with everyone. That was quite fun. But not my ideal game.
Fair enough. I very much wanted to be part of the Left 4 Dead things, and you guys always seem to record it when I wasn't around. On the weeks I couldn't make it. And I'm sure that wasn't out of spite, but, you know, there's a small part of me it's going to forever be bitter about it. So, no, they looked really fun. I'm sure we could have had a laugh with it, but no, I wasn't on those days, so nothing further to add. Lego Batman and Lego Batman 2. Let's cover these in one go. I'm going to start with this. My Lego Killer Moth 2 video is the greatest thing I've ever done. It's probably my favourite video I've ever released on this channel. It took me forever. I fucking love that. Go watch it. It's amazing. Jason?
My memories of this game are overshadowed with the Killer Moth video. I don't remember much about the games individually. I'm sure they're Lego games with Batman in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seem to remember quite...
And Killer Moth.
I remember quite liking the cutscenes. I didn't experience too much Killer Moth in my playthrough, but I didn't do the whole games, sorry. But I got my enjoyment from watching other people's playing it. Yeah, it's a Lego game. It's fun, but it's a Lego game, so I'm not going to go, yay! But it's fun. But I've not gone back.
Adam?
Yeah, Lego Batman. Loved Lego Batman. I love all the Lego games. They're great fun. They're great game to just turn on and sink a bit of time into. You'll always enjoy them. You know what you're getting, and you get like a little story of probably one of your favourite movies.
Yeah, it's like Telltale used to be. They've got so many franchises.
Yeah.
Like one of them, you're probably gonna be. I always felt it kind of missed a trick. They never did a Walking Dead one.
Oh god, yeah.
I know they've got like that kid's image, but how well would that translate to a Lego game? You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And I do have to add your little cutscene right at the beginning of your Lego Batman Killer Moth video.
Animation.
Absolutely fantastic. If you haven't watched it, guys, go watch it. Sean did a heck of a lot of work into that, and it's very, very good. You should be very proud.
Thank you very much. Adam, did you play Little Nightmares?
I did. This is a great little... I'd call it like a puzzle type platformer, really.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's got like a really spooky vibe to it, and you basically this little character, and you have to run through these levels while this big guy runs after you and tries to catch you. You basically got to try and avoid him all the time and without being seen. And it's a great little game. You should definitely download this. Really good.
Jason?
I feel like I came down on this a bit harsh the first time we played it, or the first time we talked about it. I did enjoy it. I was comparing it too much to games like Limbo and Inside, which is similar in style and look, but they're more, I would say, more puzzly based, whereas this is quite a simple, just avoid the guy and do the simple move the thing to stand on, that sort of puzzles. It's very atmospheric, it's very chilling, it's very, well, can be quite scary in places when you're looking at it, and I love the art style. I think that's brilliant. I loved it so much that I actually bought the sequel last week, and I've really, I think they're all really good games, so do it. Get into them.
Well, that was going to be my next question, because we obviously did that little preview video on that as well, because you played the demo.
I did. Yeah. So it's there. Yeah, and I've read up on the rest of the series as well. I think there's a mobile game which I've not played, but there's comics, I think, and other things. So there's a lot going. There's a world here which I think it is more about the world and the living in that and experiencing that than actual any puzzles. If you just want like a walk through a nice, relatively slow-paced story with occasional obstacles to get around, then this is a good game. But if you're looking for a really intricate puzzle game that's going to really tax you, then no, it's not this. So don't go for it looking. But that was my issue. I went into it looking for that, and then I went, oh, it's not as good as that. But when I replayed it, I thought I'm really enjoying this. It's really good. Play it.
Well, I'm glad you've come down a little softer on it than your original take, because that leaves me free to come down a little harsher than my original take. I played through the whole game, and I was frustrated time and time again by the little things about it, and I think there's a really good game. Like, I think the second one could be a really good game with a bit more polish and a bit more attention to the niggling little things that bugged me. Also, it'd be nice if it had like a coherent, like, I was expecting everything to dovetail and make some semblance of sense by the end of the first one, and there's plenty you can infer from it, but I think really they had an idea for a jumbled load of nonsense and gone, do you know what, it's Tim Burton-y enough that people will just go with it and read into it what they want and figure out what we're trying to say for us. But no, otherwise I enjoyed it enough, but not enough to buy the sequel because of those just constant niggling annoyances. I will say the bit where there's a bit in it where you're going through a bar, I think it is, or like a huge dining hall, and one of them suddenly leaps down and starts crawling across the floor trying to eat you. That scared the bejesus out of me. That was incredibly great, but there wasn't enough of that. There wasn't enough of pretty much anything in it. But yeah, good game, just could have been a lot. Like, my frustration with it is literally that it could have been a lot better, not that the starting point was overly flawed. Live Lock, Adam. Any idea about this one?
I wasn't around for this one, and I haven't played the game, but I do remember the video. I believe it was John and you two, I believe. Yep. And
he fucking hated every second of it.
It's a, from what I can make out, it's a top-down third-person shooter. And
isometric.
Is it
isometric?
Was it like a twin stick thing? Or am I making that up? Like a
it's twin stick.
Okay,
yeah, and yeah, it looks quite good for that type of game. The viewpoint kind of reminds me of the same sort of viewpoint you get from Minecraft Dungeons. I'm not always a big fan of that, but yeah, this looks like a pretty good game. But that's all I can say, really.
Jason?
It's fine for what it is. I think I liked it best out of the three of us, from what I remember. Just because I didn't expect much of it. I'm not really keen on the whole twin stick shooters a lot of the time, and that angle of viewing things as well. But yeah, it was reasonable enough. You went around the different areas, shooting stuff, earning stuff, and leveling up and stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, I've never gone back to it ever since then.
Yeah, same. This is the legendary second part that was never released. That was actually significantly better than the video. I think playing it would have come out significantly better than the episode we released. Like a horde mode or something? Never mind. What's done is done. No, we played further into the level and we got a good conversation going because we'd learned the mechanics and that. But never mind. Lonely Mountains Downhill.
Yes.
Jason?
This was me and John playing a very calming, gentle, nice game where you come down a hill on a mountain bike. Quite simplistic but attractive, I would describe them as graphics, a bit boxy. I've got to be honest, I've not gone back to play it ever since. I mean, that's a lie, I did go back once. It's one of if you'd like a nice calm game, which I do, then this is quite a nice game to play. And I remember me and John having quite a nice chat while we were playing it. I think it is a single player game, so we must have been playing on just separate single player games at the same time. But yeah, it is. I mean, it is literally just going down a mountain around a pathway, and there's not much. You just don't fall off is the key thing. But it's not a taxing like super speedy first person thing. It is just casually gliding your thing down this hill, and I don't think there's any pickups or anything from what I remember. I just remember it being quite a nice, pleasant experience, but no, nothing amazing. But yeah, calming. Cool.
Adam, did you play this one?
I haven't played this one. I've seen the video though. It looks calming, as Jason said, but it actually looks quite difficult from what I've seen. It's either that or you found
I can jump in on that. I played a little bit because we were going to make another video on it, and it is harder than it looks.
Ah, there you go.
It is a game of patience, not of I bet I can get down this hill really quickly and bank off that. Oh no, my face is broken again, because that's how I happen to play it.
Yeah, that's mainly what I saw from the video as well.
Yeah. Oh, I remember it being quite calming. Maybe it wasn't. Okay.
Lost Planet 2 and 3. Adam, do you want to lead this one?
Yeah, I love these. I'd heard about these games but never played them until they came across us on Games with Gold, I believe. And I fell in love with these. I go back to them occasionally and play a little bit more. I find the story in Lost Planet 3 better than 2, but I find the gameplay better in 2 than I do 3. So there's lots to gain from each one. There's a whole series of them. I'm not sure how far it goes up, but I know there's up to 3 at least. I wasn't sure if there was a 4.
Is there a 1?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So I haven't
there is
played.
A 1. You should definitely go back and get that. That's really good.
Yeah, I was going to say I haven't played number 1. So yeah, great game. First person, and you go into these massive mechs and shoot loads of aliens, and it's great. Great game.
Jason?
I don't remember too much about these. I know I played more of 3 than 2, and I was quite impressed with 3. And I went around. I got quite far into 3, not like super way, but like more than just a beginning. I played it for several hours, 3, and I was quite impressed with overall just walking around the area and finding the stuff. I think I got quite sucked into finding all pickups and all the lost things that you could find, rather than actually playing the killing the big beastie game. But I did, I never went back. It's just something I didn't have the time for at the time. But I preferred 3 to 2, I think, just because I felt I was more sucked into the story. But maybe that's because I gave it more time. But I have not gone back.
Yeah, by and large the same. You two, I kind of skipped 2 because that is quite well known as the black sheep of the family. So 3, the fan base really liked again. So I've chipped away at that a little bit here and there. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I like it. And eventually I'll do 2 as well. Maid of Sker, Jason. You may be the only one who played it. Jason, please go ahead.
I did play this. I didn't play it since we recorded it. And I was watching the video for this today. And as I was watching it, I got quite interested and involved in it. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that room. And I went, I want to go back and play it more.
Yes, because
it got me intrigued.
You made a really good trailer for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's a rubbish game, but our video is really good. But no, it drew me in. I remembered like, oh yeah, that room and that going to see that behind that door. And I thought I got further into this game than I thought. I thought I just played like the beginning, but I actually got into it a little bit when we were testing it out, and I might pop back into this one and give it another go.
Oh, wow.
But just to see, I mean, it could be awful. Who knows? But it was very atmospheric. It was that sort of chillingly scary, but in a sense of nothing's really happening, but there's tension that something might happen at any minute for most of the game, and occasionally something will come after you. And it's the one where you have to hold your breath and not make noises because the things will come at you, but not often because most of the time you're just walking around empty rooms. I think I might actually give this another go. I hadn't thought about it at all since we played it, but I think it is a decent game. And I think over the last year I've got more into story-based games or just walking around and finding stuff out as I go, rather than like pew 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 shoot everything or really intense games. So this might be more up my alley than it was however long ago it was. It was October 2020, this one. So yeah, I might give it another go.
Adam?
I didn't play it, but from Jason's video, it looks quite spooky. Looks quite scary. As Jason said, it's like quite a slow pace, I would have said, walk around. And yeah, I'd be interested in playing this one for sure.
It's not my cup of tea, so I didn't play it, to be honest. I hate saying that because it sounds negative. I don't mean it on a negative
That's
way.
not negative.
I mean, it looked very good for what it was, but I prefer my games to be a bit more interactive than what that appeared to be. So, yeah, it looked very good for what it was, just not for me.
Fair enough.
Maneater, still on Game Pass. It's a shark game. Adam, did you play it? You should go play it.
We did play it because my wife watched your video on this, and she loves shark eating games. She has one on her phone.
Yep.
And so she thought, oh, this looks good. So we downloaded it, played it together, and found it incredibly difficult to maneuver. Once you get past, once you get past the tutorial and you're into the actual main game, oh my god! Like the tutorial was fine, like to move around in that. But
I agree. The difficulty does ramp up massively after the tutorial.
And we just got stuck on this one. Because you start off really, really tiny, like you're like baby shark, and we got stuck on this. I want to say alligator that just kept chomping on my ass, and it just kept killing me. And I ended up turning it off because I got quite frustrated. But great little game. It is a great little game, but incredibly difficult.
Jawson, did you have a go at this?
No, I didn't. I liked what I saw, but I never got around to it. Still could do. Apparently it's still on Game Pass. That's what you told me. Maybe I'll just play the tutorial though. That sounds like the best bit. I don't want to be taxed too much. But yeah, I'll give it. I'll have a go at Maneater. Chomp.
Yeah, I'm with Adam. I played a lot more of it, but fucking hell does it get a lot tougher after the bit I shoot in the video. But yeah, I still dip into it. Hey, like water. I still dip into it here and there just for fun. I really like the mechanic. I think it's really well, difficulty aside maybe, I think it's really well thought out, really well, the areas are really well planned. It's basically a fish-based fucking Metroidvania, which is my jam, so I'm very much into it.
Oh, really?
Like I said, I keep dipping into and out of it many times. I think it's wonderful.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Didn't know what?
That's not how I'd have thought of the game, but then I've not played it, so
there you go.
Maybe I'll give it a go.
Marooners. Jason, what do you think?
I think I like this more than everybody else again. I think this is an online party game.
If you liked it at all,
yes.
You liked it more than the rest
of
us.
I don't remember much about it, but there was a time when Games with Gold was dishing out a few sort of younger aimed party games, I've described them as, for families and that sort of thing. And if that's what it's for, then I think it does its job okay. They're very basic games. I seem to remember this being one of the better ones, to be fair, compared to things like the Fable Heroes and there was at least one more. Yeah, it stuck to its theme quite well. It had a range of games.
Well, I think we all said at the end of it we'd got everything out of it in game that we were going to. Like, I think we felt like we'd all seen the whole thing after one session, which was an hour or two.
Yeah, I think it's like, I see it's like getting the kids to play a board game or something at a party, or if they come around for the afternoon. That's the way I see it.
Adam, did you play this one?
I haven't played it, but I have watched the video. In fact, I'm watching the video right now, kind of cheating a bit.
Hey.
It looks quite fun for a family. Very family directed game. You could have quite a bit of fun with your family on this one. Yeah, party game. Looks decent enough.
Cool. Well, this one has a weirdly special place in my heart. And I'll never forget that it starts with John in quite a sing-songy voice saying, "Marooners, Games with Gold." Because this was the first video I ever edited for the channel. It was single camera, so it was quite easy. This was the first video I ever produced, and as such, it does hold a place in my heart. Crap game, but it wasn't crap. It was okay, but it's hard to look at something like that and not think it's just not as good Mario Party, because a lot of the Mario Party games are pretty good.
Yeah,
Marooners was pretty basic, but special place in my heart anyway. Metal Slug 3 and Metal Slug X. Jason, you played these with me.
Oh, the pair. Did I play both of you? I played one of them with you. I played X definitely with you. That was a lot of fun. We had a good. I think you came round to play that, didn't you? I think we had a good. That was a couch co-op type thing. Yeah, that was lots of fun. Yeah, running to the right, shooting stuff. What? Lots of funny things about fake Saddam Hussein's or something, or Osama bin Laden. I don't remember which one. It was. I quite enjoyed that one.
Cartoony sprites.
Oh, I love the little aliens with the bulbous heads looking like little squids with guns. Yeah, that was cool. The other one, 3, I didn't play.
It's basically exactly the same thing.
I didn't play all of that. I played probably the first few levels. Yeah, it played very similar, and I probably for that reason I didn't finish it. It was just another thing that we had coming out in a barrage of games we had to play at that time, and enjoyable. I haven't gone back. Actually, I might have gone back to Metal Slug X since we played it originally on my own. I haven't gone back to the other one. No reason. Adam?
Cool. Adam?
I've played these. Echo what you said, really. Great fun. Going to the right, shooting stuff. Love the sort of little cartoony character art style to it. Not more I can say, really. Great game.
Cool. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I've been a fan of this franchise for a very, very long time. I remember playing in arcades. I am old. I love these games. I've got them all on Steam and everything. I whip them out every couple of years and have a bash there. Well, I could have worded that better. But
what's
it's
wrong
out there
with
now.
whip them out and have a bash? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I really like these games. I think they're super fun. Now, bit of a current one. Metroid Zero Mission. I'm still playing through it. If you've watched the last video in the series, as of time of recording, suddenly there was more game than I was expecting. And so that's thrown me a bit. So I've just... so it's put schedule off a bit, but Metroid will be back with a couple more videos to finish, 2 or 3 more videos or something to hopefully finish that off. So yeah, I fucking love it. I love pretty much every Metroid game. You're probably sick of hearing me talk about Metroid by now. So Jason, Adam, what do you think?
I haven't played it. I've only seen the videos. It looks like a Metroid game. So yeah, I'm sure it's fun, but I've not played it. So I don't mind hearing you talk about it because I have nothing to say. Sorry.
I think I've played 1 or 2 in the past, not at length at all, not to know exactly what one I played, but this one in particular, I love watching the videos on it, and I love the amount of knowledge you have on it. The knowledge you have to be able to talk over every single game at length is quite incredible to me. And yeah, it looks quite a fun game. Metroid is kind of a legend among games, so yeah, it's not more I can say.
He makes it all up,
Total Carnage, JPB, Arch Rival, Smash TV, Marble Madness, Super Off-Road, Vindicators 2, Joust Defender, Gauntlet Bubbles, Joust Defender, Gauntlet Sequels, Tournament, Cyberball 2072. Satan's Hollow Pit, Fighter, Rubit, Tapper, Spy, Hunter, Ram, Pathway Hunter 2, Championship and Super Sprint, Rampage, Zybox, Tubin, 720, Xenophobe, Sinister Wizard of War, Robotron 2084! Midway Arcade Origins, they're games from the 80s, you'll not beat them with ease. Midway Arcade Origins, they were hard and sucky to take all your money. Mighty Goose! Now, I made this video in the morning, and I went and I did various chores. I had to go into town and buy some things. I cleaned my cat's toilets, I hoovered the house, I dusted, I cleaned the bathroom, and then I messaged the guys at about 8 o'clock saying, yeah, I finished it, because I went straight back to it as soon as I could. I absolutely love this little game, and suggest everyone goes and play it, but I like a 2D side-scrolling run and gun, and this is a very novel and entertaining take on that genre. Jason, what you got to say?
Haven't played it, haven't seen it, haven't watched the video. What you've just described has reminded me, I probably did see it in a demo many, many years ago that I watched someone else play. Yeah, sounds great. Thumbs up from me.
He sounds weirdly pissed off for that, don't you think, Adam?
No, I'm joyous.
Joyous? You sound like you want to punch me in the face.
With my thumbs up.
Adam, what did you think? And please try not to sound like you want to stab me while you give me.
I'll try and sound pleasant as possible. Yeah, I think as of recording, this is one of our most recent videos that I haven't watched yet, and I haven't played the game. However, on description and seeing some trailers, yeah, it looks quite a decent game that I'd probably get a couple of hours out of enjoyment out of it. So yeah, I'll definitely be giving this one a go.
Minecraft. We're going to defer to the expert, Adam. Minecraft, go.
Minecraft. I love Minecraft. Minecraft holds a very special place in my heart. It's everything I love in a building game. It's basically a massive sandbox game that it's all about blocks, and you can build up whatever your imagination can come up with. There's lots of enemies, and there's even some boss battles you can go do. But the videos we actually did was I built a massive Olympic stadium where me, Sean, Jason and John all competed. Well, I was the host, I didn't actually compete, but I had the great difficulty of adding together all their scores, and if you want to find out what the result to that was, go watch the damn video. But the actual game itself, yeah, love the game. I can't big this game up any more than what I already have. It's a great game.
Jason?
I believe Minecraft is a great game. I have never got deadly into it. It's the sort of game I would have loved 20 odd years ago, but I just haven't got into it enough to learn the basics enough to then just go and create stuff, which is what I would want to do. So yeah, it looks like a good game, but I haven't had the chance to appreciate it as much as it is. But you can tell what it can do, and it can do whatever you want it to do, as far as I can tell. So, a wonderful sandpit.
I used to play Minecraft probably back when it was free on the PC.
Yeah.
Very, very long time ago. And so there probably wasn't an ending or anything back then, I can't imagine. But very loosely, it was something I played a couple of times, and that was, you know, spent a few hours in, got my fun out of, but it's not really what I'm looking for in a game. But it's Minecraft. Everyone knows what it is. It's a goddamn masterpiece. Just that's got to be what you're looking for. My my godson in particular freaking loves it, and he made the most amazing encampment with all of this crazy stuff that certainly wasn't in it when I was. You know, he had electric lighting and all this kind of mental stuff, carts that had a whole underground system. It was incredible. But yeah, Minecraft, it's obviously just a masterpiece in the gaming genre. It's just not necessarily for me. Minecraft Dungeons, and I think you know a little bit about this, Adam.
This was the very first video released on the channel with me in it. And I played with John, and we played the story mode all the way through. It's an isometric in the Minecraft style with all the Minecraft characters and some extras. And yeah, I absolutely love this. I didn't enjoy one aspect. So when you move behind the scenery in isometric, they can do it in a couple of styles. They either get rid of the scenery so you can still see your character, or they do this silly little outline thing. Minecraft Dungeons decided to do the silly little outline thing, and you can't see what your character's doing, so you're just thrashing button, and I really didn't enjoy that part of it. But other than that, yeah, the game scored very highly for me. Very, very good.
Jason?
Yeah, I only played the bit that we played, I think, before you joined us, I think it was. We kind of did like a little mini review of it, and it was okay. Like Sean says, I don't necessarily know why it needs to be Minecraft looking. It just is. It could be any style really, and the mechanics are generally okay. Nothing to drag me in, but nothing to really complain about. I'm fine with the outline really, although I do agree making the things disappear is more convenient. Had some fun with it, but actually enjoyed watching you and John's series afterwards a bit more than actually playing it, because I did watch all the episodes as they came out, and I quite enjoyed them, and that was enough for me to get through the storyline. So I didn't actually finish the game myself.
I felt that without the license, this was a nothing game, and there was a game on Game Pass that I played quite a lot of that was very similar, but I felt got the balance of charm and whimsy correct, whereas Minecraft Dungeons, I don't think it felt like a lazy cash-in. Obviously mechanically it's very sound, it worked quite nicely, but I think it's an unimaginative cash-in. I think it's one of the least interesting things you could have done with the license. So I didn't play an awful lot of it after we'd made our original video. Riverbond is the one I was thinking of. Riverbond. It's a similar looking game. It's got a similar style, but I felt it had all the charm and whimsy that Minecraft Dungeons didn't have. I played many hours of what is essentially a very cutesy little kids game just because I found it delightfully charming. Moving out. Jason?
It's really good. Surprising. Didn't expect it. I thought it would be another wobbly physics, run around, bash into things, knock each other over, 5 minutes of fun. But no, it had some actual gameplay there, and it was very enjoyable, very colourful. They put a lot of effort into it, and I like the buildings and the puzzles from if you've got to call them puzzles, I suppose it's just getting things for a hole, isn't it? But yeah, it was pretty good. Liked it a lot. Only played it single player though.
Oh, Adam?
This was a big massive surprise for me. Echo exactly what Jason said. Yeah, very good fun. It's basically you go into many different houses and pick up lots of different items and shove them into a van. There's quite a mechanic to it that you can't always move bigger items through windows, but you can smaller items, and not everything will fit in the van if you just chuck it. Like you've really got to work it out, especially in the later houses, to how everything's going to fit. There's a time limit, and you can get gold, silver, bronze, I believe, on each of the houses. And yeah, it's a great little game to get involved with. Yeah, definitely download it.
Mud Runner. Jason, go on.
It's the type of game I tell myself I like to play and then don't like to play it. I really enjoyed making the videos. Actually, I probably didn't enjoy making the videos. I really enjoyed watching the videos, and being part of that. it was just messing about. But I always say to myself, I like sim games, and I'd love to play a sim game of moving stuff around and being part of being in a world that looks like it's real. But then when we played this, it was just so slow, or I was so slow. One of us was slow, and it was just couldn't do basic stuff. And it's just
couldn't have been much slower. You're on your side.
It's just move a log from here to there. I'm going to say that the game isn't great because I didn't always know what I was doing, and sometimes intuitive things didn't work. But I could understand maybe I just don't know what I'm doing, and that was it. It was just a bad day. But so the short version of that is, if you're into Sims, you might like it. I wouldn't play it for fun, but I enjoyed the experience afterwards. I'm reflecting on it. I'll say that.
Adam?
I haven't played it, but I have watched the video, and the video is extremely funny. It doesn't spoil it for you, but just to give you an idea, you've got John, who is very much doing the mission properly as you're meant to, and then you've got Sean tipping over Jason and basically keeping him in a puddle where he can't get out.
I was trying to do the mission properly.
And it was absolutely hilarious. And when Jason did finally get out, he found himself in a forest where he again got stuck and couldn't get out again.
That was quite spooky, actually. I remember that.
Yeah. And then I think at one point Sean runs out of fuel, and John goes on this massive long mission to try and drag him to a fuel point. And if you watch the video, you can find out what happened about that. But yeah, it's a very funny video. Go watch it. Download the game. Yeah, great.
I made those. That was the first videos I made that I was truly proud of. Certainly that first part, I still watch every now and then and just laugh at. I laugh at it. I know you shouldn't pat yourself on the back, but I think that's a great video. I think it's one of the best videos on the channel from my perspective as the person who edited. I think it's some of my best work is what I mean.
Just to be clear and fair to Sean, when he says the first part, he means part 2 of the 3 Mud Runner videos, because I don't think he's going to take credit for the first one, which is, I think it was me. I don't know, actually. But
oh, you're right, yes.
So I think if you're taking the glory, I'm not saying you're...
Yeah, no, because this was sold to me as... so John and Jason had got a video up on the channel about it, and I hadn't got round to watching it. No, you need to come play it. And then when we started playing it, John's like, oh yeah, we had to play this shit, and now we're forcing you into it. Like, oh, thanks. But yeah, I enjoyed playing them, but I do feel very much that was me forcing you guys to play it the way I'd play it, whereas if we were playing it seriously, I think I'd have had so much fun.
I agree.
Malacca, Adam.
This
is your baby, I think.
Yeah, this got mixed reviews, but for me, I really love this one. It's quite a simple in artistic style one. It's historically based on a village, or I can't remember the actual culture, but it's all about their mythology, and you basically run through each level discovering all the mythology to this real life place. And yeah, it's a great little game. There's like lots of platforms, lots of tiny little puzzles, not too difficult to work out. There's lots of enemies to kill, and yes, I quite like this game.
Did you go back and finish it in the end? Because I know you said you were thinking about going the whole way with it.
I haven't gone all the way yet, but I do go back to it every now and then. In fact, I went back to this a couple of days ago, funny enough, just before I went away. So yeah, it's a great little game.
Cool. Jason?
When you just said the name then, I panicked and thought, I don't know what this game is. I have to quickly find out. Oh yes, I now remember it. And I do remember quite enjoying this. And I felt it got better the more you played it and went into it, because it got a bit more complex. Yeah. And the boss boss battles. The enemies got a bit bigger and the puzzles got a bit harder as you went along. And it was a very simplistic art style. I know you didn't really appreciate it, Sean, but I think it worked for what it was. And but I'm fairly sure that I deleted it and haven't played it since. But I remember thinking it was okay. It was a good game. But has completely been wiped from my memory apparently until this moment.
And Xbox.
And Xbox, yes.
Yeah, I didn't think that the theming and the cultural aspects did enough to cover what was a below par third person hack and slash adventure. So it wasn't for me. That's all I've got to say on that. I thought I was going to have more. Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. Now, this is the one that had the 90s techno. The other one was the one that I had the... I did all the funny intro because it just kept putting up walls of fucking text. But this one I remember had the cool 90s trance music. So that's my review of this. It was a 2D fighter, but it had cool 90s... stolen cool 90s techno and trance music. Adam?
It's a fighter. I did enjoy it. Looked alright. That's about it.
Jason?
It's a fighter. I remember I quite like the characters and some of the moves they did. But it's a fighter and I'm not an expert on those. So I'm not going to claim it's a great fighting game. I could beat some rival opponents and I could also get beaten up. And they were quite nice to look at while doing it. But I haven't been back. Deleted.
Neurovoider. Adam, you made our video on this one.
Sorry, I missed that. I was Neurovoider, was it? Yes.
No, we're moving on now. Overcooked. No, Neurovoider.
Neurovoider, I apologise. Yeah, this is a very recent one, and I really like this one. I've gone back to this one. It's you play as these. Well, initially you play as a brain, and you take on these like mech type suits, and there's 3 different types. There's like a really fast one, and there's like a big ass shield one, and there's like an attacking hack and slash one. I can't remember the names of them. I apologise, but yeah, you play through these levels, and you've got to destroy the reactors on each level. It's a great little game. The art style's quite good. I quite enjoy it. Good game.
Cool. Jason?
At the time of this recording, I don't think I've played enough to give a good opinion of it. I enjoyed what I've played, which is about 2 minutes. And I was more impressed than I thought when I first saw the advert for, this
Jason
month's Games of Gold.
Enjoyed the loading screen and main menu, but when he pressed A, that was too much. He had to turn not having this.
Played enough that I thought I'll get a feel for this, but I wasn't going to play it, and I haven't actually got around to playing it properly yet. So I have played a brain hopping about to the basically loading screen, you say, jumped into the mech. You get to choose which one you want to choose. You get to choose your moves, and I quite enjoyed all that bit of it. And I killed a few things, and I think I moved on to another level at some point, but that's as far as I got. And yeah, it was enjoyable, but I think I need to experience more of it to give a better opinion. So I will pass that to you guys who've played more of it than I have.
Well, I've played a lot of games like this, and they all fall at the same hurdle for me. Well, for a start, I'm not a big fan of the... I'm just not a fan of the genre, the roguelike, where the idea is to keep starting from the start, and then everything's different, and you need to go... It's just not for me, but for what it was very competently made. The sound was... The art was very pleasing. The sound was really, really nice. Really sounded good and sounded in place. And I enjoyed the humour of it as well. But it's just not kind of the thing I'm going to sink time into, because I know it is a time sink as opposed to something that's necessarily completable.
Yeah. That is the downside. Yeah, sure.
However, something that very much was up my street, even though it's the last thing I expected it to be, Observation. I believe I gave that was mentioned in my year of the Game of the Year last year.
Yeah.
One of my 2 favourite things I played all last year. It's just an absolutely incredible experience. It's not... I would say it's within the I'd say to a degree it's within the walking sim realm, but it's very much not that. There's a lot more to do, and a lot more complexity to it than simply walking around experiencing a story. You feel very hands-on at all points. The writing was spot on, the acting was spot on, the graphics were, considering this is a tiny little studio that hasn't done a lot, it looked fucking gorgeous. I hope my little video I put out did justice and roped a few people into going, oh, I want to see where this goes, and playing it themselves. I have purchased a copy. I was hoping it was going to come down on Steam so I could buy it on the PC as well. But I fucking love Observation. It's a masterpiece. Jason, I believe you completed it as well?
I did complete it. I thought it was a very good game. I think when you describe it as a walking simulator, and I said I like those kind of I like living in a world and believing it. And in this case, yes, I did. I think when you look at it like mechanically, I was saying about the Made of Scare thing earlier, whereby there's lots of thrilling tension going on around you, but realistically, nothing's going to get you most of the time. In this game, I think if you sort of think of it as a game, then no, there's not a lot going on. You are kind of at your own pace for a lot of the game. There's a few moments you need to do stuff quickly, but a lot of it is just here's the puzzles, work out what you're going to do, jump around the different camera views and work out what's next, and try and also there's this sort of overplaying story that you're trying to work out and seeing how all the characters work, interplay with each other and that sort of thing. And yeah, generally speaking, I don't think it's the most amazing sci-fi story or most new sci-fi story I've ever heard or played.
Oh god, no. But the way you interacting with it is
you're essentially playing HAL, like the computer, not obviously it's a different game, but so you're seeing everything from a computer's point of view or a footage what's it got, like a security camera's point of view, and
security camera view,
so it's an interesting way of doing the whole thing. And I like the main character that you sort of follow around and have to help out and that sort of stuff. A very worthwhile game. You should play it. I know you have, but
pay money and buy it, because I want more from this studio. Adam, did you play this one?
I haven't yet, but after watching your video on it, it is on the list to play. It looks a great space adventure, and I'm looking forward to playing it.
Orcs Must Die! Adam?
Orcs Must Die. This was a nice little surprise for me. I had heard of them, but never played them, and it's...
For orcs?
It's basically a tower defense, but you're a it's first person, first person, and you
third
the
person,
way you lay the traps. I think it's I can't remember.
I could see my character. And I'm the one that always gets this wrong.
All right, third person. We get very confused on this channel about which is which, but. Anyway, you get to place the traps down really, really easily. The orcs come at you, and you've got to defend this gateway. And I love all those types of games. I love the dungeon defenders, and this game very much fits into that category. Great game. I'm looking forward to playing number 2 and 3 because they're multiplayer. Great game.
And will probably be Games with Gold this year. Jason, did you play this one?
I did play this one. I played the beginning of it,
and must the orcs die?
The orcs, no, they should form a union and get better service. They shouldn't have to queue up and barge their way through these corridors to get to whatever thing they're trying to get to. I never even paid attention to that. I don't know where they're trying to get to. Probably the lunch queue or something. But I really enjoyed the graphics and how simple it was to understand what was going on. There's nothing even I can't fail at this, which was stand in front of some doors which are about to get burst through, choose one of several tools or traps to put down. You can really highlight where you can and can't put them, what can you do wrong, and then you just learn. If you put them in the wrong place, you're not going to win, and then you'll get another go. So I enjoyed this game. Fun game. Orcs mustn't die. They must just play this game. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it looked a lot more action orientated than these games of this genre usually are. It's still not really my cup of tea, so I haven't got round to giving this one a go yet, though making the video with Adam did actually convince me that I am going to give this one a go when I've got a free minute. I really like the look of it, like the big chunky characters and everything. It looks like a lot of fun. So yeah, this one went from I ain't going to play this to actually I am going to play this. Orcs may live. Overcooked 2, our Christmas special from last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Adam, you brought this to us. It's your fault.
This is a crazy ass game that me and a few of my friends outside of the channel play. We play as a family here as well, and it's just this. You play as these crazy cooks, and you basically got to run around and make up the dishes that pops up on the screen and deliver them. And there's all different kind of mechanics going on the further you get through the levels. And yeah, it's a great laugh to play with your friends. Love this game. Yeah, great fun.
Jason?
I think it's a good game. I don't know if it's one I'd want to play on a regular basis. It's very much based on either being super efficient and very good at working with a team, or being just chaos and everything going everywhere and ruining everything. I think when we played it, it went more towards the chaos side of things in the long run. But I think all the functionality is there. I think it works as a game. But I've not gone back, I've got to be honest. I think you have to play it with other people though, really, because I did play the original Overcooked on my own. I didn't complete that either, but I played sort of as much as I could to get that going. But as you say, you just need multiple people to staff all the areas and just work together in harmony, and I couldn't even do it on my own. So I might play it again. It still exists on my Xbox, but I haven't played it again since.
I enjoy playing it with you guys, but it's never the kind of game I'm going to play on my own. So yeah, I liked what I played of it. It was good fun. Maybe it'll come back again in the future. Who knows? Override. Adam, go!
So this was one of the very first videos that got released that I was in. Not the very first game I played for the channel, but one of the first videos that got released. And this was me and John. And it is, you basically play as these different mechs. There's loads of different ones to choose from, and you can choose loads of different maps around the world to fight on. The surroundings get destroyed as you fight. And there's now normally this is an interesting thing. Normally I hate a fighting game, but this was actually a lot of fun. I'm not entirely sure why I enjoyed this and the others I absolutely hate, but this was a lot of fun. This was big massive thumbs up for me.
Jason?
Well, they would be big massive thumbs because they're big massive creatures. The way I remember this is, and I'll be honest, I only played this to make the thumbnail, so to get the shots that I needed. But I remember this as being like Godzilla type creatures, or like big robots that are massive around us, so you could you could knock over the tail box and stuff and that. I don't remember it being particularly great, but I had a bit of fun fighting stuff, and there were a few hidden moves, not hidden, but there's a few moves in there and different weapons and stuff. But it's never interested me to ever go back to Override Mech City Brawl. It was just another Games of Gold game that came out. It's a fighting game.
I swear to God, I've never seen this game before in my life. I must have watched the video, but I haven't got a clue what this was. This a game of Gold?
August 2020.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I do like a giant mech game, so I'm actually going to download this and give it a go. It looks kind of cool.
It's a lot of fun.
Fogs! Jason, I believe you've played this.
I gave it a very quick test play. I wouldn't say I've played it. I didn't progress very far at all. It's very charming and sweet, though. And I believe, from watching the video and the bit I played, you play a dog, or two dogs, depending how you look at it. One dog with two heads and a big stretchy body, which you control with each joystick. Is that right? And it was... yeah, what I played was quite fun. I saw it as being like for younger people, maybe, or something, a nice peaceful evening. Hopefully it doesn't get too taxing. I don't know, it might ramp up later. I don't know. Seemed like a good game. Seemed like it's quite well designed, and they put some effort in. So yeah, I would happily play that again. But haven't so far.
I haven't played it. No, I saw the video.
You hate fogs, don't you? You hate those adorable little foggies. Oh, those poor little babies. They are hated by Adam. You're a monster.
No, it looks adorable. It looks an adorable little game. Definitely for the younger generation, I would have said. I'm interested to know about how you control each head. Is that quite difficult to get a hang of? But other than that, it's quite good.
You should see the 10 minutes I cut out of that fucking video.
I thought you were going to say, I'm interested to hear the backstory of the two-headed dog and like the evil scientist or something.
Escaped from a lab.
Labrador.
And we all know what I thought. I thought it was a fogging good time. Plants vs. Zombies. Various. Adam, have you played them?
I have. I'm quite a big fan of the Plants vs. Zombies. Although, funny enough, I've never played any of them at length. I've played all of them, but never at length. I think the one I played most was the one on my phone, which was one of the original ones. Yeah, great games. You're basically plants, various different plants that you can choose from, and you're fighting off basically hordes of zombies. And depending on which game, I can't remember which game this one was on our channel, but it depends on what the storyline is. But yeah, great game.
Jason?
I think I've only played the one game, which is the one we played, which was Garden Warfare 2.
And Christ. I had no idea what it's called.
Fairly short, yeah, GW2. I tend to avoid tower defences, but this had like fun characters and customization and unlockables and stuff. It was enjoyable enough for the three of us to play against hordes of zombies. I did play it a bit on my own, but not a lot. And I've certainly not played it for a couple of years, but yeah, I think there's quite a lot going on there for what it was. I was going to make a pun then about some sort of cob, but I can't think of one. So yeah, it's a good game. I'll jump in later when I've thought of a vegetable-based joke. Okay.
When we get to the S's, Jason will suddenly blurt out a vegetable-based pun. I thought it was fine for what it was. I enjoyed playing it with you guys, but it's not the kind of thing I'm going to play on my own, so I didn't go back to it. Portal Knights. Jason.
Portal Knights. I'm fairly sure I played this game. I'm not in the video. I think I played it a little bit. It has no lasting impression on my memory. I think it was like a sandboxy walk around, possibly multiplayer game where you dug up jewels and stuff and maybe fought little enemies, but I could be making that up. So I don't know. Adam, what actually was this game?
So, Portal Knights was the very first video.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. Sorry. I'll leave it for you to show. Sorry.
Adam, what are your thoughts? Jason, you do not pass over the mic.
I'm going to drop the mic in a minute.
I'll start again. So Portal Knights was the very first video I ever recorded on the channel. It was with John, and you play as these little humanoid, cartoony type characters that you can totally and utterly modify to how you want them to look. There's loads of different customizations for that. It's quite a nice little tool at the beginning of the game, and you basically work your way through loads of different small worlds that have portals on them, and you have to do certain things to get the portals to activate. And then once you go through, you're in another land, and yeah, you can mine up ores. There's different characters in each of the lands that you enter. They have like different type of challenges. There's like different types of bosses, and yeah, me and John had quite a good time playing this one. And I never went back to it, funny enough, but I do remember enjoying it thoroughly. So yeah, it's a good game.
I reckon I was on holiday when this came out, because I don't remember ever seeing this before in my life. I'm certain I would have watched your video. I was sitting while you were talking about it. I was sitting there pulling up a trailer. I'm like, I do not remember this game whatsoever. So, from the sound of it, it sounds a bit like that cool Lego Dimensions game they released several years ago.
Yeah, kind of.
You'd go through and you'd go to actual other franchises. That was a really cool idea. Shame it was a little kids game and it was revolving around a toy, or I probably would have played it. Project Cars 2. Jason?
Yes. I think this was our first video to 100 views. This was right up there, racing to the top. Yeah, so this has a special place in my heart in some ways, and in other ways it's another racing game, quite a relatively realistic one where I crashed a lot. So I find it very, very hard to judge the nuances of these type of games, because to me they are just, the scenery generally looks relatively realistic, the cars are generally realistic, handling is awful from my perspective because they're probably accurate, and we raced around a track, crashed, slid about, had some fun, never went back. But as a video, I have fond memories of watching this, well, I won't say race up the charts, but crawl up the charts to the 100 views and beyond. So special place in my heart.
Adam?
I wasn't around for this one, and I haven't played the game either.
As I recall correctly on this one, there was a snag when we were trying to get us all together in races, and I wound up kind of on my own outside of the race, driving back and forth, trying to find something fun to do. It's a racing game. As I recall, it handled really nicely. It was quite fun in the bits I did get to play with the rest of the guys. But at the end of the day, it's a racing game. There's only so much fun I'm going to have out of it because it's not my cup of tea. But it was all right. Quake.
So,
did you beat it?
I did. I went all the way
through.
I beat it. It's a great game. This is, it's retro now, but this was one of the first of, not the first of its kind, but one of the first of its kind to get the attention. And I can't quite for the life of me remember the quotations of what the game is, but it's basically a first-person shooter, right? Am I getting that correct? Yeah. So you work your way through. The graphics are, as you expect, really old, but they still work. They still work with the game, and you get these different types of enemies at you. I couldn't explain the enemies because they're so pixelated, but different types of enemies, and you basically shoot them up. It's it's a great game, great retro game. Loved every second of it, and you should definitely download it.
And the final boss, the thing everything is building up to, if you stand halfway up the stairs, you can shoot through a crack and not be harmed, even though it takes 1,000,000 bullets.
I did not know that. Damn it.
Jason, have you played Quake?
I think I played Quake many years ago. I might be confusing it with various other games. Not Doom, but there's another game which I got free with my first Mac that it looks very much like. I don't think it was Quake though. It's a first-person shooter, and I'm sure it was very good for what it was. But I haven't played it for a long time, and I didn't actually watch our video on it, so I can't remember what it is.
Didn't Doom follow this game? Is that correct?
I don't know.
No, Doom was way before Quake.
Oh, it was before Quake. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Quake was the 3D successor to Doom.
Right, that was that way around. So I knew it was,
And then Quake 2, which is better, is just in space and is awesome. The end robot used to look like a giant, mech chicken thing.
Ah, cool. I love the music to Quake, by the way. The music to Quake.
Oh shit!
Well,
I meant to say that
really
id Software's music is always on point, and getting Trent Reznor of 9 Inch Nails in to do your score for your medieval shooty horror game is fucking badass. Race the Sun. Jason, have you played this?
I have played this, although I think this was the first video on the channel that I'm not in. As it came out.
You are in it.
No, we did two Race the Suns, and the first one,
two Race the Suns.
I'm fairly sure was the very first video on this channel that I was not in. So obviously I hate it with passion. No, it was...
That's me, Dan and
John. I have played it on my own. We did play it again anyway. Well, I'm trying to remember what I did with it. I remember it being quite challenging, but also quite peaceful. So in other words, you can really cock up and just have to start again. But it's not a problem to start again. Just start again, carry on, and it's quite like you get like a zen-like state of repeatedly just trying over and over again until you get it right, and then you go, yeah, I got it right, great. Next level, oh, cocked up, right, and start again. Yeah, it was okay. It's a good game. I think it was an endless runner type game, but it isn't really. It's just that I just never got very far with it. I think I just kept restarting the same thing over and over again.
No, I'm with you. I don't think I got past like level 5 or something. It's just there was an inbuilt wall at which my skill ended. And we're not in the NES days. I don't have the time to just play that one game to get good enough to beat it. Adam, did you play this one?
I didn't know. I remember the video on it, which is why I thought Jason was in it, but I didn't realise there was 2 videos.
Yes.
So the video I saw was the one with Jason in it, and it looks quite good.
That's the worst one.
I'm barely in it. It's mostly John and Cameron talking about anime that I don't know about, so I'm just sort of sitting there going,
yeah. You basically play as this like little bird plane type thing, and you basically avoid obstacles as you go, collecting power-ups. And it looks increasingly difficult as you go along as well.
Yeah.
As I just see Cameron smash into a building. But yeah, it looks quite good. I'd actually be interested to going back and play this one.
Yeah, I really like that. It actually started. I've recently, about a month ago, upgraded to the Xbox Series X. But I always left it on my Xbox One, and I will eventually download it for the X as well. Just if I've got 2 or 3 minutes, I will just pop it off because, as Jason says, I do find it very zen, very calming until I start getting quite far in it and blowing up, and then I'm like, But when I'm first playing it, it's very zen and very chill. Radiant Silvergun. Adam, what you got to say?
Radiant Silvergun. This, yes, yeah. Sorry. Blanked for a second there. Had to remember. Yes, do remember this. Had quite a good time with this. This was the one I had to play downstairs on my Xbox downstairs because my one downstairs hasn't got that annoying fault. So yeah, this was a good little game. Very difficult. I remember as you go further into it. Yeah, I believe you was the one who played this on the video, Sean, and from your video as well. Yeah, definitely a good game.
Jason?
I've still not played this one. I have seen the video. It shocks me. I imagine I'd be terrible at it. I can see... So, yeah, similar to Race the Sun, but not as zen-like, I feel. I feel like I'm just going to get pummeled quite quickly. I'll give it a good go, but I don't expect to last long, and I'll probably give up and just cry in a corner or something.
Just like most of your sexual experiences.
Oh, God.
You should know.
I have a built-in ceiling for games like this. There's basically an ever-dwindling gap between my patience running out and the amount of bullets on the screen. And the end of level 3, the level I get to in the video we put out, where we're just going down those tiny corridors where there are bullets everywhere, that is the ceiling for me. I got through that. I played it several times throughout the week after that video was released, and every time I got to about that part and it was just like, this is just too much for me. It's too hard for someone with the amount of time it's too hard for me with the amount of time I have to play games.
Yeah,
I'd rather play something I can have a solid handle on relatively early on. Let's not say something easy. I mean, I'm currently playing Dishonored on hard mode, on the hardest mode, but that's a game I'm more in tune with. Whereas this kind of bullet hell kind of thing, I understand that the challenge is to play it and play it and play it and get incrementally better, which is not really a gameplay style that I'm into. Again, without having the time to do it, and because I'm not a kid anymore. There are a million games I have to choose from. I'm not just going to sit and slowly get better at just this one when there are other things I could be playing for longer and having, I believe, more fun with. But what I played is a bloody blast, and then it blasted me and blasted me and blasted me, and then I swore and gave up. Resident Evil. Jason, did you play it?
I played it for as much as we needed to do for this channel, and I wanted to play it more. I'd never played the game before. Obviously, it's a very famous game, and it's got a lot of history, and there's lots of sequels. But I only played it because it came out on Games with Gold. I quite enjoyed it, but I always have a bit of an issue with zombie games and like creeping, tensiony, chilling things trying to get you games that I don't always want to go back immediately. It's like I feel like they're suffocating me in a way. I don't know why. It's just I always get that way with certain zombie games, particularly slow-moving ones. So I do want to go back and complete it, but for some reason I think I sort of got eaten by the dogs or something, and then went, I'll go back and play that later. And then every time I think I'll play that now, I go, no, don't want to get eaten by dogs again. So one day I will, but it never pulls me towards it, really. I just want to have done it rather than to do it. That's how I see it.
Adam?
I'm a big fan of Resident Evil franchise. I love everything about them. And the games sat on my side of my little list that I've got of games to play for ages. And
Wait,
when this came along, yeah, I hadn't played any of them up until this one.
I would have
came
swore
on.
This was one of the things you said you hated when we did the video.
Well, now I'm getting to that. So, this came along on Games for Gold, and I was like, excellent. All right, this gives me a perfect excuse to get into the series. And even though I loved everything about the game, as in even the graphics and everything, and the storyline, I could not get on with the controls. That they just frustrated the life out of me. Whether that was done on purpose or whether it was just really old type thing, or they just didn't get it right. I haven't got a clue.
That was what they thought the controls had to be back at the time when they made it. It's just one of those, unfortunately. Yeah,
it really and utterly frustrated me, and it made me a little sad because it made me not want to play it, and I haven't since. But I'm still a massive fan of Resident Evil. Just I couldn't get on with the controls. Sorry.
So you should be.
I've added it, and I'll just say Code Veronica, which we also got recently in Games of Gold, but I don't think we made a video on. I've added them both to the list of stuff I'm going to get round to hopefully this year, but I haven't had a chance to go back to them yet, just due to the amount of time they take. But yeah, I've played both before. They're both wonderful games. Riptide GP Renegade. Jason.
This might be a low expectations thing, like going in with low expectations, but I really enjoyed this. It was much better than I expected it was going to be. I actually ended up buying it, even though it was on Game Pass. It came off of Game Pass, and I bought it to keep playing it. It was much more fun than I expected, and there was a whole subplot about illegal racing and cops chasing you and stuff, but it's just a racing game generally. And so as far as racing games go, I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. A bit of customization. You can upgrade your jet ski thing, whatever you're riding on. Yeah, lots of fun. It didn't take itself too seriously, and there was a lot more going on with the tracks than it needed to do for what I assumed was a cheap little quick game.
It was by the Hydro Thunder Hurricane guys, right?
I don't know, but
I did the same with those guys. I'm pretty sure it was. I think I looked it up, and they did the same thing. They went far above and beyond what they needed to be.
I always think of them as two. Yeah, it's very similar. I always think of them in the same category, certainly.
Adam, did you play this one?
I did. This was before me, but I did play it, and I enjoyed this.
It's almost like having a bloody stalker, isn't it? Yes, I like to play along while I watch the videos until you finally relented and let me join your little gang.
Shh, you're telling my secrets.
No, I like to think that he enjoyed our videos so much we convinced him to play all these games. His wife and kids are just like, Daddy, you said we'd go to the zoo. Shut up, the dino said we had to play this game.
But no, I did enjoy this. As far as racing games go, I quite enjoy a racing game, but the fact that it was all like, I don't know if it was all on water. I didn't play that much of it, but the tracks I played were on water.
Yeah.
Water. And great little game, great little racing game.
Rivals of Aether. Jason, we played this one together around yours, I believe.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it was online or not. I don't remember now. I know we initially didn't like it. In fact, for most of the video, we didn't like it or kept complaining how it's not very good, and then just kept playing it on and on and on. We never stopped playing. We're like, oh, we'll stop playing now. Oh, let's play for another half an hour. It was just, fighting game. Was it Super Smash Brothers, that sort of style? But it's not. You particularly didn't think it matched up to that, and I remember you had a big issue with the backgrounds. I remember you saying that, but it was a general fighting game. I think there's a lot more depth to it than what we actually experienced. I wasn't very good at it because obviously I'm not very good at fighting games generally. I've never felt a need to go back to it. I think it was one of our most watched videos for quite a long time actually. It certainly it kept getting like views all the time. We were like, what? What's going on here? But so it must have a following out there, I would have thought. But yeah, I've never gone back to it. I think it's quite nice. Some of the characters are quite pretty, and there was some variety. I know there's stuff we didn't do, but no, I've never gone back. It's just a fighting game, isn't it?
Well, you say it's got a following. I'm part of that following a little bit, so I keep tabs on it every now and then.
Okay.
And they've added loads of stuff. They've expanded it and this, that, and the other. I can't remember if they've added. I think they've added some more characters, but they've definitely added some more backgrounds and stuff like that, and more varied stages. And it sounds more. I'm following on Steam, by the way. It sounds more positive over there than the experience we had. But I think it's fair what we said. Because we were going into it blind, experiencing it for the first time, and when you're doing that, you can only work with the tools you're given. And
absolutely,
yeah. I still think it's really funny that we kept playing it. I was doing it for the humour of it, but I still think it was a disappointing experience, not necessarily a bad one. But Adam, did you ever try this one?
I didn't know, and to be honest, I can't really remember it. So I don't really have a lot to say on it, but if it was a fighting game, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed
it. Rocket Knight. Now, this is quite a recent one. Latter part of last year. Adam, how did you do with this one?
Rocket Knight. Yeah, I played it. I completed it. I believe this was the one you recorded and we spoke over it, I think. And
that's right.
Yeah, it was a great little game for what it is. And it didn't rock my world, but it wasn't disappointing. It was quite a nice 3 hours or whatever it was. It wasn't a big game. Yeah, if you want to waste a bit of time and enjoy yourself, yeah, definitely. Good game.
Jason?
I thought it was a fairly standard platformer. Reminded me of the ones I used to play in, I'd say, the early 90s or so. It was quite fun. I like the art style. I have not gone back to it. I enjoyed what I played, which is probably the first 3 levels maybe. I didn't complete it, despite knowing it's quite a short game. But I don't think I'll probably go back, to be fair. But I'll say it's on the pile of games to play, what I'll never get around to doing. That's where I see it at the moment. That's quite a big pile, to be fair.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the Dino Cast. If you're not listening to it, listen to the Dino Cast. It's awesome. I literally completed this while editing the audio for the video that we made of that game. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. There's no reason for me ever to go back to it. I've seen everything it's got to offer. I've beaten it, but it was, it was quite charming while I played it. I prefer the original.
Huh.
Rocket League. Adam, did you play this one?
Yes. Yeah.
Cars and football.
Yeah, I've played this one.
Two of my favourite things in the world.
Yeah. I actually go back to this every now and then. My ranking is not that high. And I'm not particularly good at it, but I do enjoy it. Especially the team ones where you can just team up with random people or with one of your mates. I find those quite fun. I did enter the more serious, like ranked leagues to see how those games were. They were quite fun. People were quite sensible on it. It did get a little bit too serious for me on those, but yeah, it's good fun. You're in a car. You get to customise your car as you go along, and just got to score as many goals as you can and stop them scoring, basically. So it's football in a car. Great.
Jason?
Possibly my most favourite sports game. It's not high praise really, but it's it's football with cars. What more could you want? It was fun. They say the customisation was good, and we played it a few times. In fact, how many times did we try and bloody record this game?
Oh, several.
I know.
Several.
I don't know if it's just
Did we even ever release a video?
We released one video, but we recorded at least 4, I think. And every time we tried with different people and different lineups, and we tried it, all 3 of us at one point on the same side against like AI opponents. We tried. Obviously, we had 3 of us at the time, and it was, well, you can't really play against each other unless one's got 2 players on one side. So that was also 3. We said, oh, wait till we got 4 people, or wait till we got 6 people, so we can all play it properly. And every time we did record it, someone's recording would cock up, and we'd have to just scrap it or start again, or it wasn't very good, or something would go wrong. But I remember having fun with it, and you were quite good at. I remember you taking charge of the level design and what was turned on and off for a bit, and that was quite fun because you'd surprise us with no gravity or something, or weird rules that we wouldn't play. I remember having fun with the game. Me and John played this. I think it was like a Saturday morning, but it was a day of the final for the Women's World Cup of that year. So we played it talking about that, and that's why it eventually got released, because it was very time dependent. It had to be out that afternoon. So that's why we eventually got this video out. Good game. Though I don't really play it as a regular thing, but I consider it a good game.
I enjoyed that I paid for a Batmobile skin and got to look at a Batmobile. Saints Row, Get Out of Hell! Did you guys play this? I might as well take the lead on this one. You all know I freaking love this game. I love all of the Saints Row games that I have played. 2, 3, 4, Get Out of Hell, etc. I find them hilarious. I am very, very excited to the reboot, which is out this year, I believe, maybe next year, as long as they keep the humour and stuff. But yeah, I fucking love Saints Row. How about you guys? Adam?
Yeah, I've played a few of them, and I quite enjoy them. I'm not overly fussed about them. I don't hate them, but they're a good little game. I say little, they're quite big, but it's I don't know. I tend to get bored with that type of thing, which is why I'm hesitant to play GTA. I haven't ever played GTA. I want to, but I'm hesitant because I think I'll get bored. But I find
that very strange because you love the Assassin's Creed games, which are basically from that template, from the GTA template, which is what Saints Row then took. Let's be very clear on that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it surprised me when I really started to get bored with Saints Row. I enjoyed what I played, don't get me wrong, and it sent me back to the next game along. Yeah, again, I got bored, but yeah, decent game, and if you're into that sort of game, it'll definitely be right up your alley. They're very well made. The music on them is great. The graphics on them is great. There's a lot to do, despite me saying I get bored of them. But there is lots to do, and yeah, they are a good game. Just not quite for me.
Jason, I believe you prefer these to GTA.
Oh, absolutely. No, I like Saints Row. I have a weird thing with Saints Row, which is I can never play them the first time I play them properly. The first one right. I bought, Saints Row 1, or whatever it's called, Saints Row I suppose it's called. I bought that, I played it a little bit. There's a little mechanic in it, which I'll come back to in a minute, which I never really liked. But I always sort of play them a bit, can't get into it, then come back about a year and a half later, and then just play the entire game all the way through. And I did that with 1 and 2. I think I did it with 3 as well. I have not gone back to Saints Row Get Out of Hell yet, so it's probably due for me to go back to it now. Because I played it a little bit. I liked what I saw. It's fine. I think it's just because I played so much of the GTA stuff, I think that is how I think things should move. So if it's slightly different from that, it takes me a while to get used to it. Like the cars, how they move, how you shoot, that sort of thing. It's slightly different, but it's similar enough that it feels off. So that's probably what I'll blame it on. It's like, there are certainly differences there. But I like what I've seen. The thing that always put me off originally, I think, was you had to build up like the street cred. I sound old now, street cred. You had to build up this sort of. You couldn't progress in the missions until you'd got some sort of level increase in your. You'd have to play side activities so you could progress in the. And I always hated that. I thought if I want to do the story, just let me do the story. I'll go back and do the other bits later. That might have been why I didn't like it.
That's not how you're meant to play games.
No, I've never been the sort of person that plays through the story and then goes back and does all the side stuff. But sometimes I just want to do a bit more story, and I want to do the story when I want to do the story. I don't mind, obviously, like with GTA, they'll give you like, oh, you can do these 3 missions now. And maybe after 2 of them, it will say, right, you can now do another mission. And some of them are optional and some of them are not. With Saints Row, I just found I kept running into dead ends of, there's no more story. I just have to go off and do something silly for a bit to get some extra credits to get the next level. And that, to be fair, I'm mainly basing it on the first 2 games, and I did complete at least both of those, so I must have enjoyed it enough to do that eventually. It's just if I wasn't in the mood for it, it didn't give me, I couldn't just go, let me play for it. I'm quite a story-driven gameplay person anyway, so sometimes I need that, and sometimes I don't want to be silly. Although sometimes I do. But I don't know. So in general, I like Saints Row. In terms of Get Out of Hell, it was just that turned down to hell. It was just insane stuff going on, and I remember there being a singing Satan in the video. So yeah, I've got nothing against it, but I just haven't finished. It's on that pile. It's on that pile of stuff I'll get back to, which also includes Resident Evil, also includes whatever we just talked about a minute ago. Yeah, it's a big pile of stuff that I want to play. If I haven't gone back to it, it doesn't mean it's a bad game. It just means I'm a bad player.
That's fair. And to be fair, that is a structure they kept right the way through. You needed to do some things, but now, shh, secret neighbour. Jason
could not get the hang of this.
I know. I played it with you several times.
I know. This is the sort of game I would love. Because there's another game, isn't there, like Secret Neighbour, which is called Secret something else, is it? I can't remember. Or some other type of neighbour. Bad Neighbour, which is single player. And I kept saying to myself, I've got to go and play that, because I didn't want to try and learn this game while we were playing it together. This is why I don't like to play games in general. Or it took me a long time to get into multiplayer, because I don't like sort of learning around other people. I like to sort of be good around other people and not waste other people's time. I know that's a bit of a silly thing to do with games and stuff, but that's me. I'm very self-conscious about that sort of thing and just holding each other up, particularly if I've been recorded and putting those videos out to the millions of views we're bound to get, obviously. How many views has it got, by the way? So I worry about, so generally those videos is me creeping around, quite enjoying it, liking the aesthetics of it, liking the overall design of it. It reminds me a lot of that Friday the 13th game we played as well, actually, in some ways, which is just, obviously one of you is the bad guy, but you don't know who's the bad guy. And I think with more players it would have been better, and I think you probably very quickly pick up on who is the bad guy because how badly they hide that or not. But it was... I remember enjoying it. It was a good, fun game, and I can't see anything wrong with it. I just felt certain things like I don't know how to open a door or do this or really basic stuff was holding me back. So I would have liked to have had a little bit more time on my own to go and learn that and then come back. That's not a bad point on the game. Again, that's just. I'm sorry. There's a theme appearing here. It's just me being a bad player. But that's what I would have liked, like a little solo mode that I could have learnt the basics in, or even a little tutorial mode that wasn't there as far as I know. This is where you now tell me there was a tutorial mode, Jason. You could have played it.
But there probably was in the single player version.
But that was a different game. That was the previous game, I think.
No. The game we played, Secret Neighbour, had a single player mode, right?
Well, I didn't find it. I thought it was only a multiplayer. Right. Well, let us know in the comments. Did this have a single player game, which I completely overlooked and would have actually been very beneficial to me? And I probably, if it has, then this game gets rated much higher in my opinion, and I get rated much lower in my opinion. Okay, so let's find out. Give us a thumbs up.
Oh, that took a lot longer than expected. Adam, what did you think of this one? And try and keep it under a minute.
I'll try. I got introduced to this on Halloween with...
Yeah, you told us a terrifying goddamn ghost story, and then you did it again!
Yeah. So, this was me, Sean, Jason, and Cameron, I believe. And it's got 3 parts to it. 3 whole parts for you to get your teeth into. I really enjoyed these. This made me laugh out loud. This was really, really fun to play with your mates. Not sure how to play a single player. As I say, I've only ever played Secret Neighbour, so I don't know what single player is like on the other game. But yeah, really enjoyed this. Really enjoyed the layout of the game and the graphics and even the spooky music. And yeah, good game. Very, very good game.
Yeah, I really enjoyed playing it with you guys. It's mechanically very solid. It does take a little getting used to, but I think a part of that is getting out your own head, because the mechanics are mostly very, very simple. It's just very, very easy to get hooked up on, oh shit, where is the guy trying to kill me? And then you get flustered, and then you can't really perform the way you'd like. But yeah, I really like it. I'd like to play it with you guys again sometime, because I'm not one to go play games with random strangers on the internet. That normally ends up badly. It's just normally unpleasant, so... yeah, sounded rude, didn't it? But fuck it. Sensible World of Soccer. I hated this. Jason?
I'll keep this one short. I really quite like the old school graphics and the simple controls, and I never played it again.
Adam?
As a rule, I don't really like football games, even though I'm a big fan of football. I don't know what it is about football games that drives me insane, but yeah, I do not enjoy them whatsoever. However, I did really enjoy the video that you guys made because of how badly you hated it. And yeah, go watch the video if you want a good laugh. It's 13 minutes, 13 of good fun watching them try and play a game they absolutely hate.
Which cuts out the 20 odd minutes of us trying to get multiplayer to work before the game starts, I think.
Yeah, which already wound us up. Hey, Bird! Adam, did you give this a go based on my incredibly high recommendation in the video?
I did not. I knew of the game before you picked it. I didn't select to play it then, and when I saw your video, which is very good, by the way, very good video, but yeah, it basically confirmed what I already thought. It's not my sort of cup of tea at all. You play as a bird riding a skateboard doing tricks, as far as I can make out, and yeah, not my sort of thing.
Jason?
I haven't played it. I did download it, and despite watching your video, I'm still quite eager to play it. I think I want to give it a good go, but I know it's probably awful.
You may get a small amount of joy at the start where you get to put various hats on a bird, and far fewer than you'd like for it to be entertaining. But speaking of entertaining, Slay Away Camp. Jason, did you play it?
I was away. I was away when this was done.
I believe you were on holiday.
I was in Scotland when you recorded this. I watched this on the coach trip back.
Ooh.
Yes. So my memory of this is... Oh, good. They got the video out. Yeah, I don't think I ever played it, so I'm not going to comment, but it looked quite interesting.
Cool. Adam?
I didn't play it, but I remember the video very vaguely, and it looked quite fun. So I'll hand this over to you, dude, because I can't really say too much about it.
That's fair enough. I really liked it. Little isometric puzzler. Gets progressively hard, but you get more and more tools to accomplish the goal. It largely becomes a puzzle of you get fewer and fewer moves to do it, rather than you can block yourself and stuff like that. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I went back to it several times. In fact, it's another one of the games that stayed on my Xbox One, and I'd go and pot around a little bit with every now and then. I have a pretty grim sense of humour, so playing as a comedy slasher and making comedy little blocks scream and then die is my cup of tea. I found that very entertaining. Yeah, I think that was a good one. Sonic and All-Star Races... Yeah. Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, featuring Danica Patrick. Adam, did you play this one?
I did not play this one. However, I did see the video, and I very much enjoyed the video. It's, as far as I can tell, it's a pretty good racing game. You get to play as many different characters by the look of it.
And Danica Patrick.
Jason seemed to get hold of the drift quite easily in the video. But yeah, it's...
okay, good.
It's, well, from what I see anyway. I will confess I'm literally watching it as I'm talking right now. But it's... Yeah, it looks quite good. The graphic looks quite fun. As a racer, yeah, good game.
I forgot if I've already thrown this.
You've not thrown it to me. I'm patiently waiting to be thrown the microphone. Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed.
Teach me to look at my phone.
It's a very cumbersome title. Well, that's what I remember mostly about it. No, looking back, I think this is a great racing game. Well, because, yeah, as far as racing games goes and me, I could get a handle on this quite quickly with the drifting and all that business. It was basically, I never played the Mario Kart really because I didn't have a Nintendo, so this is the closest thing I can think of that's like that, and I enjoyed this. It was quite fun. Never gone back, obviously, but it was quite fun at the time.
Wasn't this one with John in, I believe? Jean.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, Jean.
I'm pretty sure Jean was in this one.
Oh, Sean.
I'm pretty sure we made a second video that I really liked and it was vetoed to put out.
Oh, there was another level.
but-
Yes, there was another bit. Yeah.
Yeah, we did
mode.
the battle mode as well.
Yeah.
But I like this game. I went back to it several times. I'm pretty sure I beat it in one of the CC modes or whatever, in one of the difficulties before it went harder, and then that was enough for me. So yeah, I really liked it. I thought it was a solid game, enjoyable kart mechanics. I hadn't played a Mario Kart since the one on the N64, so it was nice to go back to that style of game. I enjoyed it. Space Invaders Infinity Gene. Adam, did you play it?
I have. I've played a little bit of this. I've only done.
Yay!
I've only done up to level 1, which I think is what you did in the video, I believe. And yeah, it's great nostalgia with a huge twist where it just ramps up and changes every point. It's great seeing what they do with it next. Everyone knows Space Invaders. This is a Space Invaders with a lovely little twist every time you get to a new part of the level. So definitely a big thumbs up for me.
Jason, did you play this one?
I have played this one. Only today I played this one for the first time, and I enjoyed it. Yeah, I have got to level 2, which is like 6 stages in or 7 stages in, I think.
Yep.
And that, yeah,
Ramps up.
It does ramp up. That's the first time I died, and that's why I didn't carry on after that. And I came on here to talk to you guys. But yeah, no, it's so far really good. Love the interface. Looks quite old school, but obviously clearly is designed that way. And good little sound effects. I'm gonna play this probably tonight. Actually, good game. Love it. Well, so far. Till I die.
I've gone back to this several times. It's a great little game. When I've got 5 to 10 minutes, I'll just sit there and crank out another couple of levels, and I'll just get horribly overwhelmed because I've missed something and then die. Yeah, real surprise. But do you know what? This wasn't a surprise gem. This was pretty much what I was hoping it was going to be, and I'm really pleased with it. So yeah, love this little game. Speaking of enjoying, old favourite speedrunners. Jason, take it away.
Speedrunners. How many videos do we make of this? Like 15 or so? I really love speedrunners. Yeah, it's good. It worked really well for us because it gave us something to talk over while having quite nice action and also being relatively simple to play, but you can look quite skillful while you're doing it. Or you just get killed immediately and sit out and have a chat. So I quite enjoyed it. Yeah, it's a really fun game to play with other people, I felt, and I had lots of fun. Everyone should play this game. It does everything it says it's going to do.
Adam?
Yeah, kind of echoes the same thing, really. Yeah, enjoyed it. Didn't blow my mind, but enjoyed it, and yeah, good game.
Yeah, I like speedrunners an awful lot. The only reason we stopped playing it for the channel was I kind of felt we ran out of things to show, so
yeah,
it would get very repetitive watching the same people playing the same level. Even if the conversation was different, I thought as a backing that could get dull, but we played pretty much every inch of it numerous times. It's a really fun game, and I quite happily go back to it and play it on my own every once in a while. Even though it's a lot more fun with friends, it is a rock solid little running racing platform thing. I hope they make a bigger and better sequel at some point, because I'd be very interested in playing more. Write in the comments if they already have and I'm being an idiot, but I don't believe they have. Stacking. I didn't play it. Creeps me out. Jason?
It didn't creep me out. I found it oddly charming in a nice old-fashioned kind of way. I didn't like it as much as I said I did, in the sense of I had played it prior to when we recorded this recording, and I remember liking it a lot. And then when we replayed it for this recording, I enjoyed it, but it wasn't the happy memory that I remember. It's just a fun game. There's a nice little puzzle there where you get you've got like little Russian dolls, I'm going to say they are, and you have to sort of just jump the small ones into the bigger ones to play different characters, to perform different actions, to get into different areas. So it is a puzzle game. There is stuff to do. There's lots of unlockables. There's lots of things to find. But no, I didn't really get... I did a lot more the first time I played it than when I went back to it, and I haven't played any more since it came out on Games with Gold. But I like it more than you do, and it doesn't creep me out.
Adam?
I absolutely love this game. This was a great little game. I loved the art style to it. I found it very charming, not creepy. Yeah, I was on that side of things as well. And yeah, I loved the little puzzles. I love the fact that you could sort of jump into another character and then take on their abilities. I love that little thing about it. And yeah, great little game.
Stranger Things. This was the isometric, almost like a point-and-click adventure. You had to move back and forth, obtaining things to progress and talking to characters and this, that, and the other. I played this with you, Jason.
We did. This is another one which is a game I always said I'd go back to. I've got no issues with the game at all, really. It's quite simple. It's not like the end of the world if I don't play it. But I always thought, I'll go back and finish that and do another level or so. I got, not for that far, but further than I usually get in games that I'm interested in. It was quite interesting. If it wasn't the Stranger Things aesthetic, would I have played it? I don't know. But I quite liked for what it was. I was quite into... My main goal was to unlock the characters, so I did quite a lot just to unlock characters. I didn't necessarily follow everything in the order I should have done. But, yeah, another one that went on the pile. I always said I'd go back to it. I presume I can play this on my own, but I never did. So, yeah.
No, you're only allowed to play it.
That's it, I'm waiting for you, Sean. We need to go back.
Adam?
I haven't played it, but I do remember the video on it, and good video. Looked quite a good game. Not sure it's my cup of tea. I'm not really one for that type of game, but it seemed good for what it was.
I love the show Stranger Things. The game was meh at best. Okay. Now we have a 3-for-1. We have Streets of Rage. We have Streets of Rage 2. And the as yet not completed for the channel Streets of Rage 3. Jason, you played these with me. Go.
I love Streets of Rage from long before I knew you. I played these in the 90s, probably my friend Steven at the time, and we had lots of fun. I then played them again with you, and we had lots of fun again. I think we have played Streets of Rage 3 possibly twice and still not released it. So to back up this, obviously a classic game from a long time ago, beat 'em up, Wolf in the Streets, a bit like Double Dragon, which we both loved. Brought back lots of nostalgic memories, had a nice chat while we were doing it. All the soundtrack is great. Everything is fun to do as far as I can remember. So these classic games, really enjoyed it, and they were just as fun to play the second time. So I thoroughly recommend them.
Adam?
Yeah, I've played these. I've played them with my wife, actually. She quite likes this type of retro game, and so do I. And I don't think we've ever completed one. I will admit. But we get quite far with them. My son actually quite like playing these ones as well. Real nice retro game, and great fun. A lot of fun with this.
I absolutely love these classic games, as you may notice by the third one. Not the third one as much as 1 and 2, but they're a super good time. Like, I think a game as solid as these, as the first two at least, don't age. As long as you can understand that they're of a time and they're relatively simplistic compared to what you might get today, I still think they are wonderful games to play through. I still think they're a lot of fun, and it is just awesome sitting down on a couch with a mate and playing through a Streets of Rage game. Stuntman Ignition. Adam, I'm going to throw at you on this one.
I haven't played this. You'll see a pattern emerging here. That there's a whole section of games that I'm not involved in, but I have watched the videos. I do know what this is. This is basically a racing game where you go around a track, and the more stunts you do, the more points you get, and it looks like you can do quite a lot of customization on your cars. It looks a lot of fun. A lot of fun with friends. Not sure how much fun it would be on your own, but looks like a good game.
I have a story about that. Jason?
Well, Yeah, I think I went to this with quite low expectations as a simple racing game with like a stunt mechanic. I seem to remember enjoying it. Never went back. I do remember being quite impressed with the. Actually, I think it was John edited this one, and I think it's the quickest we got a video out because I think we recorded it and it was out the next day, despite some technical errors. Yeah, I'll pass it over to you.
My internet connection cut out during our recording of this, and I kept talking as though I was in the race, I believe. I did something to fudge it, so the video actually came out really well, despite the fact that we had massive technical issues.
Yes,
and I was.
That's what I was talking about. Yes, that's why I was so impressed.
Yeah.
I thought John had not only got a video out quicker than we got any video out in the past, but he had to sort of cover that up or at least make it work, and he still did it. So yeah, well done, John.
That's what I remember about that game. Otherwise, it was kind of fun. Not really a big fan of racing games. So then, adding in loads of kind of crap you have to do along the way did interest me more than a standard racing game would, but not enough to go back and keep playing it. Styx, Shards of Darkness. Jason, I believe you played this one with John?
I did play this with John. I think I mostly played this on my own. I think John grew very weary of this game quite quickly.
That's how I recall it.
It is I think this is quite a good game. I think again, I would say it's a good single player game. You can play it as co-op if you want. The way the recording sessions would generally work is we would record it quite enjoying it and playing it, but then after a certain point it's like we haven't really achieved much. And John would get a bit annoyed, and then we'd finish for the evening, but I'd keep wanting to play it, so I'd play for like another hour on my own. And so every video, we made a couple of videos of these, but I think we only released one, and in both cases they kind of ended with me sort of finishing off the level, the scene or the level as it would be, and it was I found it quite fun. I always, I think Anne does as well, kind of reference Assassin's Creed, and this is basically Assassin's Creed with goblins. It's you can play it on your own or with another player. You go around a level, you can attack, you can use potions, you can use weapons from a distance or close up. It's mostly stealth based. I could see a lot of good stuff in this, but it was, to make a video out of it, you kind of had to cut it down to when you're actually doing stuff rather than skulking around in the shadows, and that's why we didn't continue it as a series really. So yeah, but no, I really like this game and I am quite drawn to going back to it.
Cool. Adam?
I haven't played this one, but I'm interested in this one.
Told you.
Yeah, this is on the pile for me to play. As Jason said, it kind of reminded me of the Assassin's Creed type thing, and that's why it kind of interested me when I saw it advertised. So yeah, looking forward to playing this, but I haven't played it as of yet. So I'll pass over to you, Sean.
This one, to be fair, again, this one wasn't for me, so I didn't get the chance to give it a try. But I liked the video. It looked like one of you two were having fun. Super Bomberman R. Adam, did you ever play this with us?
I did not, but Bomberman for me has a huge history. I loved the game Bomberman, and I've played most of them. I've played this one as well, and they're all good games for me. Although I do like the Super Nintendo one the best. And yeah, but this great game, great to play with your mates, and great to blow each other up and just have a good laugh of it. Great simple mechanics and leveling up, and yeah, good all-round game. Love it.
Jason?
This had a lot to live up to because I used to play the Bomberman games around my mate Scott's house when I was, youngish, and yeah, had lots of fun. It was a big party game for several of us all together, so it didn't actually live up to what my memories, but then I don't think anything could. It was fine, but I never went back to it. I don't remember particularly enjoying them when we played them again, but that's nostalgia for you. it's fine. It is Bomberman, and that's what it was. And but yeah, I don't think I'll ever go back to it.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I played a chunk of the single player. I never enjoyed a single player. Like this is going to sound really strange coming from me because I am a single player guy. I will play. I'll play through the campaign of a Halo game. Well, that's probably a bad example, but I would in the day play through a Halo game several times before I would want to sit and go online and play the same small number of maps against people doing the same thing time and time again. There's something I feel limited about the multiplayer experience when it's not sat in a room on a couch with your friends. And Bomberman is a sat in the room on a couch with your mates game. And even though we did it apart, you can, with that one screen or that 1.5 screen you can move before, it feels like you're sat there, just you and a couple of mates, playing a bit of Bomberman, and it's usually nostalgic. And the mechanics are, you know, they work as well today as they ever did. Blow up bits, get more power-ups, get increasingly powerful, the screen gets filled with more and more ridiculous explosions, and it's super fun.
Yeah, totally.
And also R for some reason.
Yeah, I never understood the R.
Sure, that's like remastered or something like that. Maybe? I don't know.
I don't know. I should probably better take this one, as I'm the only one who played it. Super Godzilla! I couldn't get my head around it. I couldn't beat Ghidorah. It was really annoying. That's why I moved over to the NES game partway through the video. But I really liked the look and the sound and the feel of it. I just could not figure out how to beat that goddamn boss, as it should be, because it's King Ghidorah, who is the fucking best. Super Mario Bros. 3. I made a little video on this. It's a bit of a panic. It was very much a last second thing, but everyone loves this game. It's a friggin' masterpiece, isn't it? Jason?
Don't know if I've ever played it, to be honest with you. Again, never had a Nintendo, so my memories of Mario is an arcade machine in our local rugby club, I think. Another one, youth club. Probably was Mario Brothers 2, though. I don't know.
Is this one of the ones where you put in £1 and it gave you X amount of time to play rather than lives?
No idea. We're going back decades now. I have no clue.
Because that was how I used to play Super Mario Bros. 2. It was literally an arcade and it gave you it gave you an amount of time rather than lives.
In my mind, I'm thinking it was lives. I don't think I've ever experienced a time-based one, unless it's really blatant. Anyway, I don't know. But I like Mario Brothers generally. I find it hard to differentiate between which one is which just by looking at them because I'm not that familiar with them. But I like the video. Nice video. Good job.
We'll go back to it at some point and finish it off. Adam, Super Mario Bros. 3. Come on.
I love all the Super Mario Brothers games. They're just like a big warm hug for me. That's what I grew up on. I grew up on all the Super Mario Brothers games, all the way back to the Game Boy. Yeah, I love them. Although, funny enough, I haven't played this one, so yeah, this is again on my pile.
Well,
so.
the comments are right now burning our entire channel to the ground. There's 2 of the 3 people who have a gaming channel haven't played Super fucking Mario Bros. 3, one of the single greatest games in the history of games.
I've probably played every other one but that one. It's on the list. It is on the list, and I'm a huge fan. Yeah, what's not to like about Super Mario Brothers?
You're both crushing disappointments, which moves us on to Swim Sanity. Adam!
Oh my god, I hate this game. This was such a bad game. It was one of them that came along and we saw it and we was like, that looks excellent. Like, the graphics look fantastic, and it was like, yeah, this is going to be really, really good. Like, little multiplayer for us all. I believe it was me and Sean who played this one.
It was,
and we just could not get the multiplayer to work, for starters. That was just goddamn difficult. And then the mechanics of it, like the shooting mechanics of it, wasn't that great. And like, I can remember thinking the power up you got for your gun was kind of how the gun should shoot normally, and it just wasn't like that. There were sections of the levels that were really, really good, but then there was other sections that were so badly designed, and this was a real big letdown. Yeah.
Jason?
I wish I felt as passionately about it as you do. It was just a game that I tried and then didn't go back to. It was swim through here and shoot stuff. I didn't find it awful. I just didn't find it in any way appealing to go back to.
And I just echo everything Adam said. Just a massive missed opportunity, in my opinion. Something that could have been really fun and is aping a very, very popular and very, very well established genre. Yeah, just unfortunately failed due to weird choices and just unavoidable bullshit. But mostly it was just stuff like the movement speed and the gun speed and stuff really, really let it down. The Division, Adam again. This was your baby for a while.
Yeah, I love The Division. The Division's a great game. It's basically it's all played online, so you go on and the idea is there's a sickness out there and you basically got to kill all the sick people, and there's like loads of gangs about and you got to kill those as well. And yeah, it's basically this whole online hub that you get to run around, and there's the thing I like about it is you don't have to do the storyline missions. Like, you can just go off and find any random gang and just shoot them, and like get loads of like different guns and upgrades and stuff like that. Or you can just run along to one of your main missions and do that instead. It's a great game. The thing I remember about this video though was John absolutely going insane at this other guy because they got this stupid thing on The Division where I think they corrected it, but where if someone's in say a notice board or something like that, you cannot access it until they come out. So if they access it and then go off for a drink or something, you can no longer access that particular bit, and that almost worked.
And just to be clear, this is in a hub where you can get a vast number of players. Yeah. You don't have to pal around together. So us guys were a team.
Yeah.
This guy was nothing to do with us, but he was also in that same hub area. So he could literally block, I think it's like up to 32 people or something. Yeah. So he was literally just standing there in the menu blocking everyone else from playing the game.
Yeah, John went absolutely ape. Watch the video, it's quite funny.
Yeah, it was very funny.
Me and John did try and do a little mini-series where we was playing characters. And unfortunately, that was around about the same time John decided to take a break from the channel, so that never got.
Yeah, coincidental that. Adam, did you get him to? No, John, we'll go play this thing. And then you just stood in the fucking mission board, not let him play.
Yeah. But here's the thing: he loves the game as well. This is a game he absolutely loves, and it was his idea, but it just coincided, and the timing was all wrong. But episode 1 is up on the channel if you want to have a look. But yeah, other than that, though, great game. You'll have a good laugh.
Jason,
I can't really fault the game in terms of its. How it looks, how it plays. I think it plays quite well. It's my kind of thing in terms of a third-person lived-in world with a story and all that sort of stuff. It's everything I'd normally like. I even didn't mind the multiplayer aspect of there are other people that I didn't invite in the same game. That was fine, apart from... In fact, I found it quite funny about the guy in the notice board. I'm sure it annoyed me after a while, but as it was annoying John, I found it quite funny. I'd had completely forgotten to just mentioned it was when the game first came out. I remember there was lots of complaints online about everyone getting blocked in the doorway to the main hub or something.
Yeah.
And that was the first thing I ever heard about the game. But it was fun. I don't know if it's just it's like quite a serious aesthetic and it's quite grey. Maybe that put me off going back. But now I think about it, I don't know why I never went back to it. It's a perfectly good game, I think. I just never went back. I preferred a bit. I don't know. Maybe I went off to play Saints Row for it after a year or something instead.
Well, it's a bit awkward. If you kind of want to sit and point at a thing that I hate, I'm not going to like. It was basically that game. I dislike the mechanical style. I really dislike that fucking Middle America Christian white panic fucking setting shit. Yeah, really solve our problems by going and shooting it. Yeehaw, fuck off. Not for... I believe this had Tom Clancy's name on it, right?
Tom Clancy's The Division, yes.
Yeah, that's all you fucking need to know. Not for Sean.
That's fair enough.
The Escapists 2! On a cheerier note. Christmas! Adam, you brought this to us, even though it was a Games of Gold.
Loved it. Absolutely love the Escapist games. Yeah, especially this Escapist 2. I'm still playing it. Every now and then, and doing like another map every now and then, and trying to escape. You basically play as these little cartoony sort of pixelized characters, and your mission is to escape prisons. There's a whole host of levels and a whole host of different prisons and different characters that you can customize, and yeah, each prison has a different level rating of how hard it is, and it's a great game, and it's even better with your mates playing it on number 2, as we did on the Christmas special. Please go watch it. Great video, great fun, and yeah, loved it.
Jason?
I like it, I appreciate it. I have not gone back to play it again. It's a game I don't think I probably will go back to, but it's another game I think I can appreciate for what it is. I like the way it works. I like the look. I didn't even like the look of it to start with, but I grew to like the look of it. And I think the mechanics of it are good. I think it can be quite deep. And if I had a weekend or something, I might play it, but I'm not going to lie. Probably won't.
I was won over.
Nice.
I thought I was going to be on Jason's side of things, and I'd actually decided that if I was going to start getting bored or had enough, I was going to start trying to make Adam uncomfortable by giving my guy like a really horrific backstory. But I was quite quickly run over by the charm. I enjoyed the I enjoyed the basic mechanics of what you can do. I liked there being, without restricting you exactly, I liked there being a constant sense of having somewhere to be and something you should be doing, and feel like you're kind of getting away with it when you're not doing that. That kind of appeals to the little rebel in the back of my head. But yeah, no, it's really simple to pick up and play, and it's really, like, the look and the feel of it I found really charming. So it's again, I've downloaded it for my Xbox Series X, and it's one I'm gonna sit and chip away at when I've just got 10-20 minutes to play something, and yeah, it's gonna go in the rotation.
Nice.
The Golf Club 2019. Jason?
Aha! Lots of research into this. Yeah, we played this in May 2019, and I've not thought about it since. It was a golf game. In my mind, I think this was a generally okay golf game. There's a bit of modification to do, and you play golf, so it's fun enough for a golf game. That's a lead into that. I think I remember the camera getting stuck a couple of times, but I might be making that up. Generally, though, I've no real memory of this. It was good enough as a golf game, and that's all I think of it. On to you,
Adam.
I've never played it. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen the video. Purely because I've just scrambled to get a video up in front of me. I'm not a big fan of golf games, and so I will refrain from commenting.
Well, I'm going to start by saying it's no Akamoto Iyako no match play golf for the SG 1000, but as golf games go, it's pretty good. My main memory of this, I play quite a lot of golf games, but my main memory of this is John hates golf games with an absolute goddamn passion, and
true.
Having to play that was like torture for him. Bless his little cotton socks. But no, I mean, outside of that, outside of various outliers like really early golf games and Mario Golf and stuff, I mean, what can you really do with a professional style golfing sim? They all play largely the same. They've all mostly got the same mechanics, and I personally find them incredibly relaxing, and it's one of the things me and my mates do when we go over and have gaming days. To this day, we try and find usually a terrible golf game, but they still all play the same, and we sit and play some golf and we talk bollocks, and it's really fun. So yeah, this has spurred me to go back and play some more of it. The King's Bird. Jason.
Oh, I've become to
you liked
me.
This one.
I'm looking at the thumbnail now. I'm going, which one was this? I don't know if it's another Games to Go one which I played and thought this is quite fun. I'm trying to remember what was specifically good about it, if at all. I don't think you guys liked it. It was, if it's the one I think it is, sorry, I'm panicking. If it's the one I think it is, then yeah, I think I quite like the. Is this one for the backgrounds that sort of told the story? There wasn't much dialogue or anything. It was just like you sort of weaved your way through things and learned as you went. I seem to remember thinking I quite liked the puzzly bit of it. I got a bit stuck at one minor thing and then resolved it. It was quite good, and generally it was quite easy to pick up if it's the one I think it is. But it might not be.
Wow. Okay. Adam.
This was
it's my genuine recollection of the game. That's what I'm giving you, my independent opinion, and my opinion is, what was this?
That's perfect. This was a bit of a disappointment for me personally. This was Games of Gold, wasn't it? And it's basically, so there's no narrating as such. It's all done with actions and sort of murmurs here and there, and it's quite simple graphic wise, and you basically, I think at the beginning you steal a power or you break something, and you basically got to go and collect it all and but bring it all back. I remember being quite disappointed with how it controlled and what each level contained. I got quite bored very quickly, even though some of the levels were quite difficult in terms of the puzzle aspect of like the jumping and sort of flying aspect. How that worked kind of frustrated me a little bit, and it was disappointing because it looked great. Yeah, it was, and even the story that you could pick up with just the actions, I quite like that sort of game, and it was a bit of a disappointment.
Just to jump back in there, because I'm now remembering which one it is, from what you're saying. So I was pretty much right with what I said, it's just I wasn't sure if it's the same one. But I remember when we all talked about it for the first time after playing it independently, I think you both might have mentioned the flight mechanic, and I remember thinking, oh, I actually thought that was fine and enjoyed it, and it flowed quite well. I found the flow between different areas quite easy. I was surprised that you didn't like it.
Cool. Yeah, this kind of game is my bread and butter, and I did not like the flight mechanic particularly at all. I felt it was a little bare bones, so it didn't really offer. It didn't really offer much for me, and I was frustrated enough that ordinarily I'd just walk through it anyway. But I didn't go back, to be honest. The Raven Remastered. Adam, I believe this was a favourite of yours.
Yes, yeah, love The Raven. It's a detective story. Might as well be Murder on the Orient Express. But it's a great little game. It's basically a click-through story. So you got to walk through the train and find the clues or find what you got to interact with to move the story forward. I'm still playing through it now. My time is very limited, so that's why these games take me a very long time. But the games I like, I do carry on playing, and the graphics of this is very good. There's comedy and humour in it, and love this game. Really, really good.
Jason?
Did a lot of it at the time. This is on the pile of games to go back and play, and it's actually quite near the top. It's quite similar to a lot of the games I do play for fun, for a couple of hours or so. So it's more like the sort of game I play now than I was at the time. At the time, it was like, oh, I'll give it a go because it's Games of Gold. But yeah, I no real issues with it. I quite like the presentation of it, and it's just basically a point-and-click adventure. Small little easy puzzles. As far as I know, it probably gets worse. I would like to go back to it at some point. The Raven.
Cool. Well, I'm similar to you guys, but to a greater extreme. I still haven't got round to this one yet, but it is quite high up my games to play. It's one of the ones I intend to play this year when I've got a bit of time. So I'm very much looking forward to it. I think Adam did an excellent job selling it quote unquote, even though it's free. Yeah, it's one that quite probably would have passed me by if Adam hadn't done such a good job explaining it in the video he made for us.
Nice.
Toy Story 3. Jason, I believe we played this one.
We did play this one. Another one I've completely forgotten about. But I seem to remember this being quite good. It was, again, I'm assuming aimed at younger people. Relatively simple. There was a variety of different types of levels, I think. Obviously, you're playing a small little thing, running around a big area. It wasn't amazing by any means. As a third-person sort of sandbox game with various you can go off and do a minecart racing, I think, or some sort of thing, or on top of a train or something race, or you could do. There's lots of little mini games. So I'd say maybe it's like a party game or something you play for 10 minutes with your friends if they're around. But if you're about 8 years old, it was all right. Never played it again, but it's a nice little toy box full of fun.
Adam,
big fan of the whole Toy Story franchise, but not a fan of the whole this type of sandbox games with all the mini games within a game type thing. I'm not a big fan of that, so I didn't pick it up and play it. So no, but it looked quite good.
I actually felt that gave variety to it.
Yeah.
I'm not a kid. I'm outside of the age group, but I thought it was quite nicely balanced with the big sandbox where you can do loads of things, but then you've got to do like a mini game in a different style of platforming game. To move on, and then there was flight sections and stuff. I thought it was kind of cool.
I just had a flashback to that. Yeah, that one we ended on the whole Buzz Lightyear blasting through space and an asteroid or something. I'd forgotten all about that. Yeah. There was a bit of variety.
Yeah, well,
in
that's what I was going to end on. That was one of the big memories I have of making that video, because you cut it out of the video, but we basically got to the last level we got to where Jason lost his patience with me. We were having to platform between these rocks in space, and that's where I realised Buzz Lightyear had the laser, so I kept sniping him and killing him when he was trying to make all the jumps. And finally he turned off the Xbox and said that was enough. No, for a kids game, it surprised me with the amount there was to do and how well it was put together, and the variety. But yeah, I'm not kidding. And I may get crucified in the comments for this. Why do I keep saying comics? Probably because I love comics. I'll probably get crucified in the comments for this, but I actually don't like Toy Story 3. I think it's the worst of the 4. Please don't kill me.
I'll kill you in the comics. I'll draw it for you.
Kill me in the comics. Toy Box Turbos. This was the one I thought an earlier game was. This was the one that was like Micro Machines.
Yeah.
Jason?
Yeah. I was still thinking it was that one. Hang on. Bear with me. Which one was this one? It was like Micro Machines, wasn't it?
This is the one that had the kind of top-down view, right?
This is that was basically Micro Machines, though, wasn't it? Have I made that right? I don't know.
Basically.
Yeah. It was. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think we had about 4 people playing this. It was quite good fun. I enjoyed this, and it reminded me of Micro Machines. I mean, obviously, can't quite bring back the joy of the childhood. This Micro Machines was a game I played forever. It was like amazing to me, and this brought back some memories of that and was fun and did its job. I felt pretty well. I think it did it better than the actual Micro Machines reboot did. So yeah, I enjoyed this game.
I didn't have Violet Berlin.
Maybe not.
Did the Micro Machines reboot? Did the reboot have Violet Berlin? I know she was in the original.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember from the original. I never played as her.
Yeah, she was in either Micro Machines or Micro Machines.
I was always
2.
Spike or someone
anyway,
else.
This isn't a podcast about Violet Berlin trivia. Adam, did you play Toy Box Turbos with us?
I didn't play with you guys, but I did play the game, and I didn't play a lot of it, but my specific memory of this was I loved racing around, looking at the graphics and the scenery and how small you seemed when you're jumping over things, and yeah, I remember enjoying myself, but I didn't play too much of it. But yeah, it's a good game.
Fair enough. I remember wanting to really like it and enjoying it while I was playing it for a while, but then I couldn't win and I got frustrated as a giant child. No, it's what do you call it? It's wacky and fun, but I'm not great at racing games. It's not one that particularly interests me. So I played a chunk of it and with you guys, and that was as far as I went.
Violet Berlin was in 2 onwards. She wasn't in number 1.
Was she in the remake though?
I don't. Yes, 2017. She was.
Yay for Violet Berlin. Tropico 4, and to a lesser extent, because none of us played it, 5. Adam.
Didn't play 4, played 5. Quite enjoyed 5, apart from one little tiny aspect at the beginning of the game. So you're basically a mayor of a city, and you've basically got to grow the city up and get away from the empire and make it its own country and progress through the world, through trading and stuff like that. There's one little bit in it where it tries to teach you how to select exclamation marks for different missions and stuff. Doesn't really explain it all that well, and I found the button for it very confusing because it kind of it was like a joint button for something else, I seem to remember, and yeah, that was a bit confusing. But once you get over that, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed building up the city, but I tend to like building games anyway, so for me this was right up my alley.
Jason?
I really like the idea of the game, but no, the entire series I don't think I'll ever play for fun. It takes me far too long to learn the basics and get into it, and I haven't got the patience to get into it. But I like what they're trying to do, so I'll give them that.
You know, I'm kind of the same. It's essentially the real-time strategy problem. In that I'll play it for a bit, get kind of fed up with it, and then my interest at that point is just done. So, really, what I played for what it was incredibly rock solid and charming and fun. It's just not my cup of tea as a game.
Fair dues.
TT, Isle of Man. Right on the Edge. Jason.
Hello.
What did you think of this one?
I forgot it was called Right on the Edge. She's scared me. I don't know how much I'd have played of this on my own, but I had a lot of fun as a group playing it. You get straight back into it as soon as you fall off, so that got me over the semi-realistic playing style, which I usually don't like in a game. I found it pretty good. Have never gone back outside of our arduous playthroughs, which took about an hour per race or whatever, but I enjoyed what we did. So I'd recommend it, but I probably won't play it again, unless we all do.
Adam, due to a scheduling snafu, I believe you had to buy this in the end for our Christmas special last year.
I did, and I don't regret it. I love this game. I go
Good
back
man.
to this game every now and then. I love the scenery. Just how they've done the scenery, how they've done the whole art style of it. It's absolutely great. I love, as Jason said, I love the mechanicals. If you crash, it's like you get straight back on. That's great in any sort of racing game. You don't want to be faffing around waiting for it to reload and all that crap. I've gone back to it on story mode as well, single player, and it's great. It's the challenge is there. Trust me, like you get a couple of races in, and all of a sudden it gets very hard, very quick. But I love that. That's great. It improves your skill to the game. It's definitely one to buy if you love racing games. It really is good. Big thumbs up for me.
I don't like racing games, but I really like this. I find this incredibly relaxing. Just kick back, put on like a podcast or something, and drive until you, run out of petrol.
Oh yeah,
Christmas petrol. But mostly you finish the race. But I'm not racing. I'm not trying to win. I'm just taking in the scenery and having a lovely time. And this is a surprising hit for me. Unruly Heroes. Jason.
I really enjoyed this. This is another take on that whole Journey to the West monkey storyline. Yeah, good characters, good levels. I have never returned to it, but I always wanted to. So I'll say it's on that imaginary pile I've got again. But yeah, I will go back. I will definitely go back to this one. Good game.
Adam, did you play this one?
I didn't. No, I remember the video. The video looked quite charming. The game, yeah, it's the art style looks quite good. I can't really say much more of it other than that, really.
Fair enough. Was this a Games for Gold? I don't
Game
think
Pass.
it was.
We got it for Game Pass.
Game Pass.
Yeah. I don't think it's still on there. I think it came off a little while afterwards.
No, I think you're right, because I always meant to go back to it to play a little more myself, and I just never got round to... Well, yeah, I probably played it a bit more for the week after we made that video, and then it just kind of got lost in the shuffle. But yeah, that was a really fun little game. I enjoyed that. Valor! Vicious Attack Llama Apocalypse. Adam, let's go to you first.
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
I enjoyed this. This was a great little game. There was some aspects to it that I didn't enjoy. I thought it got a little bit sort of samey as you go through the levels. But again, it's just a real fun killing loads of llamas and exploding them with lots of different types of power-ups and stuff. And yeah, it's a great little game.
Jason?
I think it's fun enough, but it's got no lasting appeal for me. It didn't stand out as amazing. We like the pun title and all the, some of the pun llama things with all the background stuff, but yeah, I didn't see it as great. But I did keep going back for one more go, which is kind of a good sign. But yeah, no, I've never gone back since the one more go. Does that make any sense?
Just about. It's not a game type that particularly appeals to me, so it was on a bit of a back foot there, but I enjoyed what I played of it. I played a few hours of it. I liked all the puns. I liked all the puns more than anything else. It was kind of fun. Victor Vran. Jason.
I knew you'd come to me for this.
I believe you played this with
John. Me and John played this, yes. It has not stayed in my memory. This was at a time before. I think I've become more used to playing this type of game since then, because I have liked a few of this style of like the little tiny characters moving around the fairly vast landscape at a certain angle. That's probably the official term for it. I like them more now. This one does not stand out as something I particularly enjoyed. It was okay. Walk around, bash things, kill things, get some points. You can unlock. I think you'd open chests and get new weapons, that sort of stuff. But no, I don't remember it, so sorry. I'm sure it's fine.
Adam, did you ever play this one?
I didn't, no, and I don't actually remember the video either, so I can't actually say too much about it. But I'm not always a great fan of the. I'm assuming it's isometric. Yeah, I'm not always a great fan of those. I'm sort of a bit hit and miss, really. But from what I can see in front of me right now, the graphics looks quite good. And so, yeah, I'll pass it to you, Sean.
Oh no, I never played it. I just completely missed out on this one. Didn't play it for the video, so I'm like, it's that kind of game. I was probably playing something else at the time, and that one escaped me. V-Rally 4. Adam, what's this one?
Yeah, this racing game. I love most racing games, to be honest, unless they do a really piss poor job of the controls. I generally like them, and this one was pretty good for me. Yes, really good racing game. Not the best, definitely not the worst. You can't really go too much wrong with this one. Thumbs up.
Jason, what do you think of this one?
Of all the samey type of realistic races we've done, this was one of my favourites. This is slightly more arcadey. It had lots of nice scenery from around the world. We had a nice conversation while we were playing it. It was really quite enjoyable, actually. I didn't crash too many times for a change, or did I? I just didn't care. But yeah, I quite like this. It was like travelling the world in your gap year in a rally car. That's what I fancy doing now. Oh, yeah, good game.
Was this the one where we played when you and John were talking about going to Japan?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh, then I quite liked this one. It was... These games kind of meld into one, but then, as I recall it, this had lots of very varied courses played on very varied terrain, and I liked this one. I'm going to assume we played it because it was a game with gold, so I wouldn't have gone back to it. It's still a racing game at the end of the day, but I enjoyed playing it with you guys very much. Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr. Now, I think of all of us, I liked this the most. I went back to this quite a few times because while I was never going to get into the full depth of the lore and get out of it what a Warhammer fan would get out of it, despite it not being a particular gameplay style I like, isometric wave kind of thing, I really like the aesthetic, and like it felt very cyberpunky, even though it was kind of thing. Like, so there was these people worshipping old gods in space, and kind of like everything was dingy and gross, and all of the technology looked old, and like no one was surprised or amazed by all this stuff, and that's an aesthetic I quite enjoy. So I did play, once the video had gone up, I did actually play several more hours of this and thought it was a pretty damn good time. And I imagine if you're a Warhammer fan, like, I imagine it's an excellent experience. Jason, did you ever go back to this one?
I don't think I did, or if I did, it was very brief. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these types of games, I'm afraid. It was okay, and I'm sure if you're into the lore and stuff, there's a lot of depth there. And it was by no means terrible, but it just didn't draw me in, so I never went back.
Adam, did you play this one?
I can't... Is this the one before my time? Because we've played 2 on the channel, haven't we?
Yeah, this is the one from before your time. This is the one in space, on all the spaceships, rather than...
Yes, yeah. I haven't played this one. From the look of the video, it looks quite good. It looks something like I'd get into. So, I shall give it a go. But I can't say much more than that.
And we're going back to Warhammer and back to the Middle Ages with Warhammer Chaos Bane. Adam, what do you think of this one?
This one I have played, and I quite enjoyed this one. I enjoyed the storyline. As I've said before, should I say, isometric, kind of a hit and miss for me. This was a hit. I really did enjoy this. I enjoyed the controls. I enjoyed all the little characters you can be. And indeed, even the acting of all the little cutscenes was quite good as well. The art style, right up my alley. Yeah, good game.
Jason?
I'm debating in my head whether I actually played it. I'm watching a video now. I think I did play sort of the opening section just to get an idea of it. Similar things to the previous one. Actually, I think I preferred this over the other one, if I did play it, that is. But no, it's not my style.
You did play this one.
Did I? Okay. Yeah, must have loved it then. It's a fantastic game. Everyone should play this game.
I think you're on the video. You quite liked it.
Okay. I mean, I was convinced 5 minutes ago that I hadn't ever played this game, and I started watching a video and thinking, well, it looks a lot like something I did, which I didn't mind the opening of. I don't remember. Oh, hang on, I'm watching. Yeah, okay, I do recognise that. I'll say, yeah, it's all right. Just to cover myself. I don't remember. It is not, it hasn't embedded itself on my memory. We'll say that. I never went back, clearly. But yeah, maybe I enjoyed it at the time.
Cool. This one for me was, it's more of a medieval and fantasy setting, so didn't hold my attention as much as the hideous, miserable future sci-fi thing did. But I do remember preferring the mechanics of this one. I love a dodge roll, and this had a really sweet dodge roll. Yeah, I didn't play much more of it, but I enjoyed what I did. We were here, and we were here too. And it may surprise you, but I'm going to Adam first on this.
I love this series. This series was you two, Jason and Sean. And this was before I came back, and this was the series I always look forward to watching, and it was hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious watching these two work their way through the puzzles. And yeah, so they're basically in separate rooms talking over, well, in the game you talk over the radio, but I've heard that that's actually quite difficult to do, so most people just play it over normal chat.
Yeah, we have never got that to work.
Yeah. But absolutely hilarious videos. Definitely go watch the videos. They're some of our best, and yeah, I absolutely love them.
Jason.
Yep,
we were here and we were here too.
We were here.
What are you going to say?
I'm going to say, same as I've said many times, it's a great game. I love playing it. I have had great fun with you. I've got very, I think we've both got very wound up and annoyed with each other, but also it always comes to a wonderful end. Yeah, as for a game, it's a great game. It's very well structured around communication and just puzzle solving, which is great fun. Can't say enough about this one. It appears to be a very simple game. I think the original one was made by, I don't think like proper, not professionals, but like just people just learning their skills is what I'm saying. I may be completely wrong on that, but I think it's turned out really well for them, and I'm very much looking forward to the third one.
I have never been so turned round on a game in my life. Now bear in mind this was relatively early on in the Dinos, so I was trying to be a bit more wacky, and that my trying to perform on the video made me very clearly not figure out that first puzzle, and I don't think either of us did until we switched rooms. But like the flipping minute we switched rooms, Jason gave me the answer, and I was just ranting over the top of him so I didn't catch it. And then we spent another, like, those first two videos are, I think I can't watch them now. I can watch pretty much any other part, and we're definitely a lot better in We Were Here Together too. Oh no, We Were Here too, sorry. But yeah, that was early on in me editing as well, so I probably could have, like, my idea with it, with that first two parts being so freaking long, was I thought it was funny to punish the watcher. And a few, well, you know, Adam stuck with it, so I'm happy with that. We Were Here Together will come at some point, hopefully this year, and they're releasing another one. We Were Here Forever, I believe. So
Ooh.
Lots of more We Were Here to be played. But seriously, if you've got a mate and you both got this on Xbox Games with Gold, as it was, that's how we came across it, just play it. It's an absolute bloody riot. One of my favourite things we've ever got as a game with gold. And we've got a lot of Games with Gold games. World Rally Championship 8. Adam, you like racing games? What about this one?
Yeah, this I've played this one. I found the controls a little bit not weird, just a little bit hard to get hold of on this one. But as far as a racing game goes, it's kind of middle range for me. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Jason?
It's another racing game. It's perfectly suitable. It does the job, but it doesn't really stand out in my mind as being particularly amazing. I remember crashing a lot and having trouble, which is, you know, part of the course. But no, this doesn't stand out as one I had a lot of fun with. I think I had more fun with the previous ones. This might be a bit too realistic, but it probably wasn't. It's just me being a bad driver. I'm watching myself play now. It's terrible. Yes. No, doesn't stand out. I have preferred other racing games. It was a free game, so give it a go.
This was the one which starts with really basic, like, almost everyday kind of cars and was super simulatory, right?
I feel like it was.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I hated this. This is the one where I spend most of the video facing a guardrail or something.
Yes.
I hated this game. I did not find it fun. I don't understand how anyone could find it fun. But then on the other hand, I like, if I've got to play a racing game, it's got to be arcadey. Otherwise, I'm just not for me. I remember it looking quite nice.
Oh, it was lovely looking.
Mm.
Just most of it was a guardrail. Would you say, or a rock face or something? It was just
yeah.
No quick restarts.
World War Z. Jason, what do you remember out of this
I did
one?
go back to this one. I quite enjoyed this. It's not my favourite game of all time, but yeah, it was lots of nice fun. Third person, shooting zombies. I think you need to do it as a group, really, to make it work properly. But yeah, it's good fun. I think there's obviously a story and films and stuff behind it and books. But for the game point of view, because that's all I've done, what I played was good, but I didn't get that far into it. Probably the first 2 and a bit levels, maybe. Yeah, it's alright.
Didn't we record a lot more of this than we put out? Or am I remembering that?
I feel like we probably went back and did... maybe we... I don't know, is my short answer to that. I think we maybe had a botched up first recording and then went back and redid it. But I could be completely wrong on that. I know John was a big fan of this game, so we might just play it for fun at one point. In fact, I did play this for fun. I played this with John and Cameron at one point, just like for fun. I enjoyed it. It was alright. Good game.
Adam, did you play this one?
No, this was one of our ones I haven't played. I don't really remember the video either, so if you don't mind, I'm going to quickly shove this to you, dude.
No, I really enjoyed this for what it was. Again, it's wave after wave, which is not really my cup of tea, you know. So, I think it was all online. I certainly only ever played it online with you guys, but yeah, I thought it was quite well constructed. It looked nice. A lot of the weapons were very satisfying. Yeah, just not necessarily my cup of tea, but I definitely enjoyed what we played of it. Worms WMD. Adam, what do you think of Worms?
I love Worms. How can you not love Worms game? Worms is brilliant. Yeah, definitely love Worms. I specifically remember these Worms videos because somewhere along the line everyone decided that we was only to have one iron donkey each, and somehow I totally missed that and used another one anyway. And then all chaos ensued. And then Jason used this weapon that actually obliterated everything, which was quite funny. But yeah, Worms, love them. I loved making the videos. I wouldn't say the videos are our best work, but they're definitely worth watching. You'll have a good laugh watching.
Jason?
I didn't enjoy these. I don't blame the game at all. I blame me. I've always said I'm not the best person to try and learn a game while we're recording playing it. I feel like I need like a quick rehearsal beforehand, and this I did not do. I went straight into it, and the whole time I was doing it, I'm trying to have a nice casual conversation with you guys, but all I'm really doing is looking around going, why is this button doing the thing I want it to do? I don't quite understand this angle thing. And if I just had like another 10 minutes, I probably would have worked it out, but never did, and I panicked. And so the whole video is just me doing the wrong thing. It's not there for comic effect. It's not there to give a bit of drama to the situation. It's because I'm inept at playing this game, and I needed more time to learn it. However, yeah, I did like the big chaotic ending to one of the episodes due to probably not knowing what else to do. So yeah, I think it's a good game. I just think I'm appalling at it.
Fair enough. I've been playing Worms since I was a kid, so I'm very well versed in it. Nothing particularly ever changed. It's like Bomberman, I guess. Yeah. You don't need to change the formula too much. Don't make it 3D. It's a massive mistake. So yeah, actually, it's one of my most played games on my Dreamcast. I had Worms Armageddon. Oh. I played tons of hours of that. It was super fun. But yeah, who doesn't love a bit of Worms? It's fantastic. WWE 2K16. I've played... Well, I used this for our WrestleMania special last year, yes. Because I love wrestling, and this game is absolutely fantastic as a wrestling fan. You get to play as many of your favourites, which is always the case, but the mechanics were really nice. There was a really good quantity of different match types and settings and stuff you could do. Obviously, the mode where you build your own wrestler is incredibly comprehensive, so you can build pretty much anything you want, and then you can go on and do the mode. So yeah, I played God knows how many hours of this, both alone and with my ex-housemate. So it was a pleasure to just pop down and do it for that special, and there'll probably be another one this year. Have either of you guys ever played any wrestling games?
Many years ago, back on...
Was it this one?
It certainly wasn't this one. It might have been a WrestleMania. I don't know. It was back in the days of when it was huge in the 90s. It would have probably been on I don't know. Might have been on a Mega Drive actually. Could be that long ago. And this visually looks like I remember that playing. It probably, if I watch that game back now, it would look awful and blocky. But as far as they would evolve, this is where I think we'd be today. You always think they look like quite realistic and good for what they are, and this looked much better than my old one I used to play, and I couldn't see any problems with it, and it had lots of characters, you say, and lots of different things going on, so visually it looked very good, but I haven't actually played it, no.
Adam? I was expecting him to talk so much. Adam?
I haven't played too many of these. Back in the day when I was a kid, I played a few. As you well know by now, I'm not a huge fan of fighting games. But WWE, WWF and everything else just holds nostalgia for me, because this is what I used to watch with my dad back in the day when I was a kid. So watching the video playthrough that Sean did for us was quite cool for me. I got to see loads of the characters that I saw when I was a kid. So I'm not a fan's fan, but looked a decent enough game.
And that is every game we have played for the channel up to the date we're finished recording this, with the exception of our 10 best performing videos in ascending order. Adam, give us the top 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everything in between, it's the Iron Dinos Top 10 in a 10. It's a game that was our number 1, and this is Supermarket Shriek with 273 views, and I'm going to chuck this to Sean.
Hello. I was sat on Game Pass one night, and I saw this, and I played a tiny little bit of it, and then I realised it had the 2-player component, so I stormed around Jason's and demanded we play it together, and here we are. I tell you what, it's a hell of a lot more fun / anger-inducing playing it with a friend than it is on your own. On your own, it is quite a fun game. I really like the core mechanic. It's something quite unique, because you've got to use each trigger button to control the man and the goat. It's a goat, right? I think it's a goat.
It's a goat. It's definitely a goat.
Yeah. But having my own personal goat, Jason, control the other character was an absolute delight. And I love that video, and I love that game.
Jason.
I also love playing this game. I don't think I've ever played this solo. I think I've only ever played it with Sean as my human. And yeah, if you don't know what this is, as you say, it's a human and a goat trying to drive a shopping trolley around together with different controls. We love these games, me and Sean, just trying to get to an end by communicating badly. You could play this game by screaming into the microphone. We chose not to do that after a very brief try, I believe. The entire controls can be done vocally. Would have made a less entertaining video, I feel. Maybe we'll give it a go one day. Also, this was the one that was so close to being the first one to 100 views, and it just got pipped by a racing game, so I was very upset. This was the one I was rooting for. I was doing my whole cheerleading outfit on. Didn't get there. So close. The very next day it overtook. It's like 101. You bugger. Anyway, really good game. Recommend to anyone. Lots of fun. I've no idea the longevity of it. I don't think I've gone back, but it has very fond memories for me. So yeah, great. Or goat.
I haven't played this, but I have watched the video and I laughed out loud watching you two play it. So that's what I'm going to really say on it. So you guys, you viewers who listen to this, go watch it. It's hilarious. It was our number 1 video. So definitely go watch it. In at 9, Shudder's Awakening with 361 views. Jason.
I remember liking this. Never went back to it. I was really eager to carry on playing it, and I liked what I saw of it, and it had lots of nice, interesting features, and the graphics were right. And I think it was Tom Baker doing the voiceover or the narrating.
Yes.
I liked what I saw and was eager to get back to it, and then never went back. It's on the pile.
Sean.
I'll confess, I didn't play this one. I enjoyed your video. It's just not my cup of tea. But it looked pretty cool for what it was. But I just know it's not for me. So
I love this game. This was a fantastic storytelling adventure game. I believe it's kind of a top-down view, if memory serves.
It's isometric.
Yeah, that's the word. Thank you. And yeah, I really enjoyed this. I didn't get to finish it. I think I got about halfway, and then time overtook me. But yeah, I enjoyed what I played of it. The narrating I remember being very, very good, and solid game. In 8th, Aground with 488 views. Sean.
I accidentally played 4 hours of this last weekend. I played a teeny tiny little bit after Adam and I had made the video, because I didn't get a chance to play it beforehand. So I'm like, I'll have a little bit of this thing, and I went back to it last weekend. I'm like, I've got like half an hour to kill, and yeah, I'm probably not going to beat this one. I've about exhausted my level of interest, because it is a basic crafting and mining thing. That is the core mechanics, and I would rather be playing through a story kind of thing. Yeah. But I was delighted when I dug through an entire mountain, found a dragon inside, and very foolishly thought, I can probably take... Oh god, the fire! I'm dead! So yeah, it's full of a lot of quirks of very surprising elements. It's got a sense of humour to it, and I think that's part of what kept me playing so long. Also, if you play for a little while, the boars are kind of still about, but at night these kind of shadow cat things come and kick your ass, and they were really fun, and also they're shadow cats, which is awesome, so I quite enjoyed those as well.
Jason.
I have played the first few minutes just to get an idea what we're talking about, and if the rest of it is quite as engaging as the tutorial and pretty, I quite like the little character select bit. I liked how it taught you things. It all seemed very simple so far. I'm sure it's going to ramp up and have lots of different things to learn, but what I've played, I can't fault it so far.
Love this one. Really good game. Reminded me of a few games. Kind of reminded me of Minecraft a little bit. Kind of reminded me of a few others as well. And you play as a survivor of a shipwreck, and you land on this island, and you're told it's uninhabited, and yet you come across loads of people on it. So it's great, and you have to dig and mine for stuff, and you have to build buildings. You have to survive warthogs and other creatures down underground, and yeah, you play through and just build and build and build, and eventually, so I've been told, you can go into space, although I'm nowhere near that. But it's love the game. Yeah, big thumbs up for it. At 7, Hydro Thunder Hurricane.
Yay!
Episode 2 with 866 views, and because he loves it so much, I'm going to chuck this to Sean.
Yeah, I love these games. I edited... Did I edit all of these, or did I do parts 2 and 3? I think I edited all of them. Yeah, I loved this game. I played all of it, everything there was to play in it. It was an absolute blast. Enjoy looking at my bathtub.
Jason.
Yes, this is a very fun game. Much better than I expected it to be. Much better than it deserves to be. Much better than it needed to be. Lots of a range of environments, different different boats, in fact, and ducks in some cases. Lots of good water-based vehicles. Lots of fun, and crazy stuff going in the background, I seem to remember. It's like the Riptide game, but a little bit better, I felt. So yeah, good game.
A quacking good time.
Again, this was before my time. I haven't played it. I want to play it. I've seen the video, and it's absolutely hilarious watching the guys race it around. Sean did an excellent job at editing these, and yeah, definitely go watch this one. In at 6, Warface Breakout with 893 views, and I'm going to take this one because I absolutely love this game. This is an online game. You play with others. you can either team up with your mates or team up with loads of different people, and there's a few game modes I think, but you basically got to kill the other team. And in this though, the one that I showed, you've got to lay a bomb. One team's got to lay a bomb, the other team's got to stop them or disarm the bomb, and it's great. It's great fun. I like the graphics, I like the weapons. Jason?
Not really my kind of game. There's a number of reasons for that. It's first person. It means playing with squads of random people, or at least it did in this case. Oddly enough, I quite enjoyed the short time I played it. There's a solid game there. There's stuff to do. There's stuff to unlock. It's quite self-explanatory as well as what you need to do. Not my type of game, so I probably won't play it again, but I can definitely see why people like it.
Sean?
Really not my cup of tea. It looked obvious. I've learned more about this game from the way the video is done and the way I've interacted with some people who have commented and looking into the game itself than I did from playing a bit of it, because when I was playing a bit of it, I'm not going to say I went into it closed-minded, but I had an idea of the kind of experience I was going to be getting, and it's not really what I play for anymore. You know, competitive online multiplayer shooter with perks and goals and stuff, not really my cup of tea. But this game has a really genuine and passionate fan base who love what it does and thinks that it does it better and more cleanly than a lot in a crowded market space. This is their one, and I always love seeing that level of passion about a game, so I'm not going to say anything remotely negative about it, because it was really nice. It was really nice finding a game with some really cool people who passionately love it and think it is a fantastic game. Whereas to me, it just looks like another of the another from a well-worn genre. So well done for finding its niche. That's great to see.
Down to the top 5. In a 5, we have Vikings Wolves of Midgard with 931 views. And I'm going to chuck this to Jason.
Yes, I actually really like this game. It was another surprise one for me. I didn't expect to like it, and it won me over. I've not played a lot of it, I've got to be honest, but it was a much better game than I expected it to be. And yeah, Vikings, fighting, collecting loot and stuff. There's some challenge to it. I like the landscapes. Good game. Actually, it really surprised me and was lots of fun to play.
Sean?
Was this one you two made a video on? Because I don't think I ever played this.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I didn't ever play it. To be fair, if I wasn't on the video, I was probably either on holiday or really busy at the time, so I probably forgot it existed. So I apologise. I'm sure it's a ton of fun. I will have watched the video, but I don't remember it.
This was a lot of fun. As Sean said, I played this with Jason, and we had a good time. Lots of enemies, lots of different things to collect, and build your rank up. And yeah, this is good. It's a good game. Down to top 4, and at number 4 is a game that I know you guys are going to absolutely love. It is Totally Reliable Delivery Service.
Yay!
With 1.6k views. I'm going to chuck this to Jason first, just to give it a chance.
I think you can blame me for this one. This was one I said, we should definitely play this. We can do physics-based fun in a bright, colourful landscape and probably have a lot of fun with charming characters. Roaring around and doing the things you need to do, and probably just chaos will erupt and we'll die laughing. We didn't do that, apparently. We didn't get through the first tutorial part before everyone hated the game. I don't think we got out of the character selection screen, to be fair, before everyone hated it. And no, to be fair, we did give it a try. We did some of the levels. I still think I probably enjoyed it more than everybody else, but that's because it probably took longer to turn to hate of it. There's a landscape there you could explore. I don't think anything's done particularly professionally well. It's okay. There were lots of little glitches here and there, but I can certainly see what all the humbug was about, I'll say. It's it doesn't look very pretty. It's too garish, and it's not really a puzzle game as such. It's just, here's some stuff in a landscape. Here's a very minor task. Deliver this to here. See what happens on the way. It could have been amazing. There might be bits later on which weren't, or are. Oh God, there might be bits later on which require more ingenuity to get there. There are lots of things in there like aeroplanes and boats and everything else, so maybe there's lots of stuff in there, but we didn't get far enough into it because it just didn't play well, really. It's not very reliable.
Fair enough. Do I dare say Sean?
You can probably also blame me for this one, because John wanted to burn this video in a fire, and I said no, give it to me, I'll see if I can make something of it. And I'm quite pleased, I'm quite proud of the results of my hard work to make that bucket of crap appear in any way like a watchable, playable, or remotely entertaining thing.
Good job, John.
I don't think we were harsh. This is my thing. It's my thing of, I think it was low effort, and that pisses me off more than something really trying and failing. And I think it's part of this. I think the way it was slapped out, the way it's put together was, we're going to try and be a meme game, and failed, and it sucks. So put more fucking work in. God, I sound like such a prick. I don't mean all of that, obviously I don't, but I do genuinely think that if that is the best you can do, then it shouldn't have been released in that state. It shouldn't have been released in that state. I do think it was cynical. I'm getting on my high horse again. I can't help it. Adam, take me away from this. Adam.
I will. I haven't played this.
You're missing an absolute treat.
Yeah, by the sounds of it. I have seen the video though, and I have to say, Sean did a very good job putting this together. It's a very funny video. Basically, John and Sean absolutely hating the game while Jason's trying to save a little bit of the game's pride. But yeah, this doesn't look like one I'll be playing anytime soon. The top 3. In at 3, we have Streets of Rage 4 Shocking Rue Returns. With 3.5k views, Sean.
People love that fucking kangaroo. It's insane.
Can't get enough of it.
That's the 3rd or 4th episode, and I was editing it, but I think Jason did the thumbnail and just put Rue in the middle of it, and then I came up with the pun. Obviously, it's a terrible pun, but yeah. So I loved playing this game with Jason. I loved playing this game on my own. I completed it in both forms, and it is it's the finest fighting game, 2D side-scrolling fighting game in God knows how many years. I absolutely loved it. It's a genre that I enjoy anyway, but again, I feel it needs a little bit of a twist to stand out and be memorable, and this had that in spades, and just the absolute tightness of the controls. The soundtrack is incredible. The fluidity of the movement, the making it look almost like hand-drawn, kind of half anime kind of, but also with Western influences kind of look. Everything about this game is fucking fantastic. I adore Streets of Rage 4, and I have the pleasure of still having the DLC to play, as I haven't got round to it yet, but I assure you, I've given them my money to own it.
Nice.
Love it.
Jason?
Oh, I can't say much more than Sean, other than I absolutely loved playing it with Sean, loved playing it on my own. lots of good levels. I was a bit worried with the character design when I first saw the previews long before it was finally released, but by the time it came out I was won over. All the character designs are great, the characters themselves are great, the moves are generally great, the little hidden extras are great, the levels are great. They've close enough to the old game that you could see the connection, but yeah, modern enough that it wasn't just always a little retro game that you'll play for 5 minutes. Can't speak more highly of it, really. Great game, lovely kangaroo. What more can I say?
Nice. I love Streets of Rage. My wife loves Streets of Rage. My son loves Streets of Rage. We all play Streets of Rage in our downtime. It's a great game. Yeah, I can't say much more than these guys have already said. It is a fantastic game. Also a fantastic video. Watch these two play through these, and yeah, it's very funny, very good, and you will enjoy the series, I am sure. And number 2, we have a game that has shot into the top 10 in recent months, and that is Port Royal 3 with 3.9k views. Jason.
Port Royal 3. There's an interesting game here. I didn't enjoy the presentation side of it, so I think you have to wade through a lot of text boxes, information, and 80s style interfaces to get to. If there is good stuff there, the good stuff. There's definitely an interesting game here to play. I just found it hard to play it, and there's lots of boring stuff. There's probably like an hour's worth of boring stuff to do before you start enjoying it, or at least before I started enjoying it. But I do have happy memories of it, so it's one of those games that I'll think back on and go, oh yeah, that's a good game, that was a nice cutscene, that sort of thing. But to play it, no, not good for me.
Sean.
I didn't play this one purely because I know it's not my cup of tea. And the amount of time you need to invest to get to the game just wasn't worth me picking it up. I liked what Jason did with the video. I thought he did a good job of showing off what it has to offer, and yeah, it looked really pretty. I'm glad we made something. I'm glad we made a video that's doing well, that I think shines a light on the game, that shows it in a positive light.
Nice. I did play a little bit of this, and I found it good once you got to the game. So as Jason said, there's quite a hefty bit to get through before you get to the game. It's not normally a game I'd enjoy. It's kind of a trading thing. Yeah, I'm not normally into that sort of thing, but yeah, this did hold me for a little bit, at least enough to get to the actual game proper. Have a watch, see what you think. But now, what you've all been waiting for. Number 1. Can I have a drum roll, please? Is Pac-Man 256 with 6.6k views. Sean.
I preferred Pac-Man Championship Edition.
Wow. We haven't got a video on that, Sean.
No, Pac-Man 256 is excellent. Of course it is. It's fucking Pac-Man. I love old school games. I love old school games with a twist. So, yeah, this is a brilliant little game.
Nice. Jason.
Yeah, as you say, it's an old school game with a twist. It's basically turned Pac-Man into an endless runner. When we originally played it, it's the very first game I ever played with Cameron, and none of us knew why it was called 256, and I later found out probably that evening it was because there's a glitch in level 256 of one of the original games that the whole thing is unplayable, and that's basically, it's that glitch following you up the screen, so you got to keep going and going and going and going, and lots of nice little pickups, and I think we had a good time playing this actually, so I would recommend it. I haven't played it for quite a while, but I did certainly go back a few times. Would recommend. Can't remember the video, but it must be good.
I remember the video and I've played the game. I love both. I love Pac-Man. Pac-Man is one of my all-time great games. Doesn't matter what new game comes out with it, I'll enjoy it. It's Pac-Man. And there was a time back in the past where wherever I'd go, I'll just be on my Pac-Man, specifically Pac-Man like little machine. It was freaking huge, but I took it everywhere. Loved it. Love this game, love the twist with the 256, and yeah, great game. So, that's the Iron Dinos Top 10. Thank you for listening, if you've lasted this long, or even if you've skipped to the end just for the top 10. Who knows? But any last parting words, guys? No? Okay. So, if that's all, and we'll see you next time. And maybe, just maybe, if we get to 200, we'll do 200 videos. No, only kidding. We won't put you through that. Maybe we'll do another top 10. And other than that, see you later.
Bye.
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 Do you know, whenever I'm not leading it and I say bye, like if Adam just prompts it, I always actually wave as well.
Aww.
I don't know why.
Go full method.
Yeah, right.
Oh, whenever you say any final words, I always go, hadn't planned for that. Speaking more. Okay.